End of Stories, Waking Up to Self-Love, an audiobook read and performed by the authors Janine Com and Len Blank.
End of Stories, Waking Up to Self-Love is an incredibly honest account of how we said yes to the universe and began an amazing journey home to our authentic selves. Through a rarely seen commitment to the path of self-love, we remain focused on doing whatever it takes to release attachments to any form of smallness. We met just 12 months before we began writing this book. We both sensed our meeting was important, yet had no idea of the events about to occur. With an age difference of 21 years and living on opposite sides of the world, the power of our union saw a sacred commitment made to the waking up process. Little did we know this would involve intense pain and suffering, immense joy and peace, and letting go of attachments to every single thing we thought was real. Discover what happens when one of us battles with the process and the other walks the talk. Through it all, we composed over 50 songs, produced a CD, wrote this book, and recorded several hundred spontaneous conversations, all of which led to further healing. We openly share all we've learned, plus simple practical techniques for connecting with your true self. Practice loving yourself in the healthiest possible way by aligning with the powerful blueprint for self-love. The universe really is always on our side, ready to reflect the magnificent truth of who we are when we're ready to see it. We welcome you to do as we have done and unleash the shackles of self-doubt. To walk this path is to finally set yourself free to feeling consistently comfortable in your authentic self. End of Stories is the beginning of your life now.
We acknowledge ourselves for having the courage and commitment to do whatever it takes to wake up and live in consciousness, rather than settling for comfort, which almost always results in separation and attachment that sooner or later will bring pain and suffering.
I've found true love today, and it wasn't with another.
Our behavior results from the attachment to the thoughts and stories we believe. It's as simple as that. To release these attachments and no longer believe those old thoughts, which when not addressed grow into stories, isn't so simple, but it is possible. The messages we received from those who mattered most to us when we were children frequently make up the stories of our lives today. These messages, positive or negative, create huge imprints on our minds and hearts, often resulting in lifelong consequences when not addressed. The problem is we believe these messages to be true, leading to the repetition of old familiar patterns. Before we know it, we've become attached to our stories instead of free and present in the moment as our authentic self. Byron Katie, an American speaker and author who teaches a method of self-inquiry known as the work, expresses this beautifully when she says, "I discovered that when I believed my thoughts, I suffered. But when I didn't believe them, I didn't suffer. And this is true for every human being. Freedom is as simple as that." Unquote.
We were young and impressionable when we received these messages from parents, relatives, religion, teachers, and society. We absorbed these messages, and now as adults, we may subconsciously believe our survival is at risk if we don't support, defend, and act out these stories. Yes, it sounds absurd that as adults we could still be functioning under programs set in place when we were children, but it's true. Not only being affected by such programs, but going into panic mode on the inside. We call this survival, when we're challenged in any way, even if it seems like a minor circumstance. As a result of these programs, we become the creators of our survival stories. Today, we know our lives are being directed by one or more of these profound influences when we experience some form of struggle within ourselves, or we feel or believe we're helpless to change certain behaviours. We're basically at the mercy of unhealed childhood wounds. We trust you're aware that this is not all there is to your life. There's got to be a bigger picture, and we're here to tell you there is.
We become entrapped in these survival stories until we wake up to what is really going on. It's as if we find ourselves in a deep trance, often not even realizing we're caught in a scripted story that supports old habits, which we could actually change at any time. When we experience an attachment to a story, in other words, believing the story to be real, the trance or program or habit becomes more deeply embedded through our behavior. We hold tightly to our habits in a vain attempt to avoid change, which is inevitable in the world. We find ourselves believing the scripts we've also assigned to others in our lives, thereby ensuring we create an outside world reflecting the stories in our minds. We don't realize the profound effect of stories on our lives until we find a way to take our power back and reclaim the parts of ourselves that have been lost in those stories.
These emotional effects may linger and often play a critical role in the stories we believe and act out from our state of innocence. As a child, we accepted these messages openly and eagerly, just like accepting food when hungry. For example, if children continuously hear no in response to questions, they're likely to grow up believing it's not okay to be curious and vulnerable. Because children naturally want to please and be accepted, they learn quickly to shut down and possibly act as if they already know the answers or decide it's wrong to ask questions in the first place. Thus begins a life of lies and pretense, originating from the pure innocence of a child simply doing the best they possibly can.
Through the child's eyes, we equated these emotional messages with safety and security, becoming so familiar with them that we regard them as normal in our lives today. As a child, we carried these messages with us into adulthood, believing they were necessary for survival. When triggered as adults, we may still be at the mercy of these same programs, often unconsciously. The qualities we had as a child continue to live within the adult we've become. Those memories still live in the cells of our bodies until and unless we heal ourselves. Our programming is often made up of countless stories which play out through the reactions of the child who has now become our inner child.
The examples below are of beliefs we may have absorbed in childhood that could now prevent us from being authentic. We focused on the negative beliefs because they're the ones that are more likely to make us feel powerless. When caught in a negative loop, we've entered the survival zone and find ourselves acting on automatic pilot. The storyline is running us, the inner child is in charge, and in that moment we've attached to a belief that has the flavour of life or death. This is the reason why it often feels impossible to release such behavioural patterns. As we grow more aware, we let go of those attachments that no longer serve us, becoming free to live in the now. This emphasises the importance of taking care of that inner child, so we experience our lives from a place of calmness, confidence, trust, and wholeness. If you don't relate to the negative storylines or programs below, just add yours to the list.
I'm not good enough.
Nothing I do ever works.
I'm responsible for others' feelings.
I can't fail. I'm a failure.
I'm a loser.
I'm not deserving. I'm not worthy.
I must succeed at any cost. I'll never succeed.
I have to take care of others.
I keep sabotaging myself.
I have to be nice.
I'm a sinner.
I feel guilty.
Just do it.
I should. I shouldn't.
I could be.
Life's a struggle.
God is unfair. Life is unfair.
I'm not intelligent, attractive, athletic, big, capable, sexy, masculine, feminine, loving, caring, slim, successful enough.
The world is hopeless, dangerous, depressing, frightening against me.
I'm no good.
I hate myself.
I have to work hard to succeed.
I'm responsible for others.
I'm irresponsible.
It's all my fault.
Nobody cares.
I'm bad.
I'm wrong. I always do it wrong.
I can't make a mistake.
I'm not perfect. I have to be perfect.
I'm lazy.
I'm wasting my life.
I should be happy.
I need others to accept me, to support me, to feel good about me, to approve of me, to like me, to understand me, to need me, to notice me.
I'm nothing without others.
I'm lonely.
I'm not lovable.
Basically, it's not okay to be me.
As we come into balance with ourselves, we're no longer at the mercy or under the control of our stories. Instead, we're in charge of our beliefs, attitudes, and behaviors. This becomes a reality as the two aspects of our nature, the head, or inner adult, and the heart, the inner child, integrate. We then experience peace and freedom. This book sets us on the journey to healing ourselves in a very real and practical way, so that life can be experienced from a place of peace, strength, authenticity, and freedom.
Through the use of poetry, song, and story, your intellectual mind will be stimulated and your heart truly touched by the words and music. When we feel deeply, we experience healing shifts in miraculous ways. As you listen to this book, you will be taken on a journey using poetry, songs, and story. Whenever you hear a song, pay close attention to the words and feel the music resonate with your deeper self. Let the words, music, and energy weave their way into your heart, allowing the balance of heart and mind to occur naturally. The less you analyze or attempt to understand, the better. Your higher self led you here, and all you need to do is simply trust that the rest is unfolding perfectly. All aspects of this book are designed to support your waking up process, so your journey homewards can be as nurturing, loving, colourful, and enlightening as possible. You are about to be taken on a unique healing adventure, with signposts provided to lovingly guide you home. The messages are many, and the more you drink them in, the clearer your path to freedom becomes.
Once we let go of those stories that just weren't serving us, we come home to ourselves. End of Stories, Waking Up to Self-Love is an invitation to experience that possibility of living consciously as a reality.
I've found true love today, and it wasn't with another. Abounding love, I now know today, and it wasn't with the other. that starts with loving me. Can I see a clear reflection when I look unconsciously? All I see is need and conflict coming out from inside me. It was looking in the mirror when love stared back at me, and I saw a peaceful, loving world that starts with loving me. I've awakened to the truth, now see that peace on earth can be, 'cause I know that love's the only way. Through living consciously, yes, I know that love's the only way. Through living consciously. Introduction. For power is mine. In self-worth I shine. I love me. We all, on some level, desire to know and live our true magnificence. Many of us have a sense that we're so much more than what we show the world. When we return home to our authentic selves, the stories in our minds no longer have the authority to run our lives. The thoughts that so often drive us crazy and have us acting in ways we don't seem able to control turn into stories that frequently aren't even real. Yet, when we feel safe to be ourselves, allowing stories to end their hold over us, we finally take charge and live from our center, knowing our wholeness. The true authority in our lives is ourselves, and we can only know this when we no longer believe the stories in our minds.
The big question is how to do this. As with any journey in life, we need a compass. Through personal experience, we've created the means to navigate this world which sometimes appears dangerous and frightening, rendering us helpless, hopeless, and alone, unable to divulge our deepest feelings to anyone, often even to ourselves. These are the moments this book addresses because this is when we're in reaction and forgetting who we really are. With a compass to guide and direct us to the answers within, we gain a sense of our own power and begin to recognize we no longer need to be afraid of losing ourselves in this place that doesn't always feel like home. When we first met, we sensed there was something very important we were brought together to journey. In honoring this knowing, the result of our deep commitment 24/7 to the process of waking up is that compass the blueprint for self-love. Although we don't have all the answers, the blueprint is a simple, honest, and practical guide covering the gems we've discovered on our journey to waking up thus far. We're more than happy to share these with you, as we now know there truly is only one of us, and the more we share with you, the more we know ourselves.
Our blueprint for self-love, when practiced, is a sure way to bring yourself home to your center of peace, authenticity, and self-worth. When any house is built, a strong foundation must first be in place, as a house is only as solid as the base upon which it rests. Once the support structure and the plan are in place, the house is built easily and safely, eventually becoming a home. With the blueprint for self-love in hand, we have our compass and therefore our direction, always guiding us along the pathway home to feeling comfortable within. This pathway is specifically for us and could well have its own street sign with our name on it. This is the personal road we're required to take in returning home to ourselves. To stay true in this pathway means we keep the compass with us at all times and follow its direction, even when we feel like arguing and resisting its guidance. Through practicing the blueprint, we're brought to a place of fully trusting our inner knowing. This self-trust enables us to witness the inner self as being our true home, providing an endless stream of warmth, comfort, safety, security, and self-love.
As you'll discover, there are obstacles along the way which can be categorized as survival issues. Don't be fooled by these challenges, as when we're stuck in survival, they can appear to be as threatening and real as a big hairy monster to a small child in a dark room. The one sure barrier to living consciously is the triggering of survival issues, which usually has us running away from the pathway home, escaping to what seems to be safer territory. After all, while big dark shadows loom over the trail, why wouldn't we want to run and hide, especially when we are convinced that those shadows are real? The shadow part of ourselves encapsulates all those beliefs which take us away from knowing our okayness.
Even the most conscious human beings have a shadow. When we don't recognize our shadow parts, it's impossible for us to be comfortable and at peace. Meanwhile, that house cannot be built if we keep misplacing the compass as soon as the going gets tough. Having been distracted in that moment, the inner child doesn't realize the absolute necessity of that compass for keeping us on our path. Without the presence of the inner adult, fear in the form of survival always gets in the way of being real and waking up. The inner child and inner adult can also be seen as the opposite expressions of qualities as listed in Chapter 2. Once we recognize we are in charge of whether we stay on the path to freedom, we harness the energy of our intention and commitment. As a result, the journey becomes progressively more enjoyable, requires less effort, and offers immense personal rewards.
This book provides you with your very own compass to lead you home to authenticity. We explain how to use this compass and ensure by sharing our own experiences that you will be offered the opportunity to take a shortcut if you choose. The issues of survival are clearly depicted, so once you understand the potential obstacles, you'll receive countless ways to navigate through any troubled waters, thus maintaining focus on your path. The first 4 chapters prepare you to use the blueprint effectively by opening your eyes to see that survival issues, the inner child and inner adult, the stories and virtual reality you may be living in are all happening inside you. Therefore, every time we look outside to another person, object, for example, a new car, or event to capture acceptance or attention, we look in the wrong direction.
We'll never find the answers outside ourselves. Don't worry, we've all done this more than once, convinced time and again that this time we've found our true happiness and fulfillment. This unfortunately never lasts, simply because we looked in the wrong direction to find the right answer. The fact that the answers are inside us means we have the power to determine whether we find them. This book confirms that you really are in charge of your own life and really can create your own reality. Once clear about how to use this invaluable blueprint, no matter what happens in your life, you'll know that you are the compass holder and the house is well on its way to becoming your home.
We wrote this book as part of a process to heal ourselves. After reading through it for the last time before publication, we realized that we're still learning from its wisdom. We're committed to living life consciously and progressively experience the benefits of being real. End of Stories, Waking Up to Self-Love, highlights a unique situation. We welcome you into our world hiding nothing. An agreement was made early on between us to share all thoughts arising in our minds. We're under no illusion that one of us is fully committed to this process and the other is resisting letting go of the past, still attached to childhood wounds. We write from a humble place, having dropped all facades to share without judgment the simple truth of our lives, with no frills or exaggerations. A truth about two people doing their best to wake up to their authentic selves.
We recognize by sharing our very different experiences, we may well assist others who want to become real in what sometimes appears to be a very unreal world. What happens when one is able to face their fears while the other runs for cover? We feel comfortable opening up and revealing the struggles, challenges, and gifts that grace the paths we've both chosen. Our book might appear to some as too simplistic. However, we continue to learn that coming home to ourselves really is simple when we're vigilant in wanting it, equipped with the tools, surrender to the process, and commit to the practice. From this place, there are no excuses and no exceptions. We've learned to stop complicating a process that is actually quite simple, but not always easy.
We share a depth of feeling for each other, and although no longer a couple, we now experience a powerful link of truth and trust uniting us. We've spent many months together creating the blueprint through vigilant practice. There has been time also spent apart in different countries, which was no less intense in the commitment to this process. Whether together or apart, it doesn't matter, because we've learned that our connection grows beyond the physical realm and is more about content than form. Whichever direction our lives move, we continue to serve each other as clear mirrors, reflecting the understanding of the true meaning of self-love.
Be gentle with yourself on this journey. The key is, after all, readiness. You might be tempted to think you should be further ahead on the path than you are. Pay attention to when that sneaky word should appears in your language, bringing you to a story of failure which is only real in your head. You are where you are, and it's about accepting yourself right now, wherever that is. We see what we're meant to see when we're meant to see it. Imagine if we really understood this. We'd let go of all trying, all defensiveness, all doubt, and all need to control. So stop trying to get it now. Just enjoy where you are and focus on letting go of whatever it is that's in the way of your being in the moment and at peace with yourself.
This book will demonstrate how you can get out of your own way. Only then do you live comfortably in your authentic self and move towards resting in your own home of inner peace and safety. This is the true meaning of self-love. As we journeyed through the process of creating this book, We were continually presented with so many experiences that supported the exact topic we were describing. The most relevant experiences continued to appear at the perfect time to provide us with the content for each section of the book. We were often amazed at the synchronicities until we realized we were creating the whole setup. As we vigilantly practice living the blueprint, we become less surprised at the perfection of the universe's orchestration for our waking up. After all, when we learn to truly trust ourselves through healing those stories that once kept us small, we're then able to be the center of our world, empowered and at home in the true meaning of peace, joy, and self-love. Chapter 1. Survival, where it all began. We really are powerful beings once we have the mind on our side. "Don't leave me," I cried. Holding tightly to the ledge above, I was helpless and could die at any moment until I came to save myself.
There are a number of important points that must be understood and practiced before the blueprint can be meaningful and wisely utilized. Patience is required and will be abundantly rewarded if you respect and remember that you are taking the most profound journey of your life. Destination, you. Trust is also required, as we guarantee that without the relevant preparation, the blueprint remains elusive and unavailable for your practical use in leading you home to inner peace and freedom. Our advice is to read and listen to each chapter with both your head and your heart. Don't just take the words on intellectually as ideas, but instead feel their meaning. Each sentence has our life experience and growing self-love interwoven throughout. Each chapter is a step in the journey leading you home to your authentic self. As you read and listen, allow the space to be there for the words to be felt and embraced by a place in you that already knows and is opening up to remember the truth that already exists within you.
How many times do we act in ways that are detrimental to our best interests and continue to hurt ourselves? This is just like hammering our own thumb, cringing at the pain while still continuing to hammer and hurt ourselves. This behavior seems to make no sense, even though so many of us understand the price we pay. Why does this happen, even when it is a threat to our well-being? On some level deep in our minds, we somehow associated that particular behavior with our survival. Therefore, even though we may be hurting ourselves, there's a part within that deems it absolutely necessary to continue this way of being. Every living organism seems to have this innate drive to survive, which science terms the biological imperative. The difference between most of nature, however, and us is that as humans, we are blessed with both natural instinct and a mind. It's this mind of ours that can have a huge impact on the way we learn to survive.
How we relate to survival impacts on how we relate to our world, and how we relate to our world is a consequence of the attachment to the stories we keep in our minds, which, as we now know, originated from our past. Hence, we risk missing the present moment because we're busy believing and living in old stories which we repeat over and over. Wouldn't you think we'd get bored with the same patterns occurring time after time in our lives? The reason we seem to attract these repetitive stories is because the whole process is being driven by a part of us which seems to be out of our control. On top of this, these stories mask the present, which in fact is the only moment that's real and the only place in which we find our authentic selves. So, not only do our stories remove our power, but they keep us from experiencing our wholeness and the truth of our reality. Our survival is tied up with the meaning we attach to the stories making up our lives. When we look honestly, we see a multitude of stories that our minds have masterfully created and crafted, potentially hooking us into behaviour which can greatly disturb our peace.
When we were infants who were hungry, thirsty, wanting to be held, comforted, and not feel abandoned, we cried. When we couldn't sleep or relieve ourselves, we'd behave as most babies do, scream and continue to cry until our needs were met. This was an instinct to ensure survival, attracting attention from the primary caregivers to tend to our needs. Helpless and not able to survive on our own, survival depended completely upon our parents or other primary caregivers who were responsible for taking care of our basic needs. Besides parents, the footprints of relatives, friends, peers, teachers, religion, and society most likely played important roles in how we survived from infancy through childhood, adolescence, into adulthood. We are all, to varying degrees, a product of the culture in which we grew up. We're often deeply attached to the beliefs instilled in us, convinced they are part of our identity. However, just like everything else, they are taken in, learned, and practiced from day one. The truth of who we are rests underneath all those learned beliefs, attitudes, and behaviors.
The influence of primary caregivers eventually weaves its way into our thoughts, which become the stories we tell and act out today, as if they're true. Even with this awareness, while we remain at the effect of our stories, we continue to believe and act them out as if they're real. As human beings, we have no option but to experience thoughts moving through our minds to some degree. The mind is a thought maker whose job is to produce thoughts, just as the heart's job is to beat and the lungs' job is to breathe. Our challenge is to not blindly accept and believe the thousands of thoughts being churned out by our minds every day. When we believe and accept a thought, we become attached to it. From this attachment, stories take over, and before we know it, we're convinced those stories are real. The problem is that so often we live in stories that are true only in our heads. The thoughts to which we have become attached really do create our reality.
These countless thoughts racing daily through our minds range from the highly important to the strangely trivial. There really is no logic to how our minds operate. A childhood memory may be triggered from a smell or sound noticed in the street, resulting in warm, comforting sensations or cold, unnerving chills. Usually when a reaction occurs as a result of a thought, it seems to happen simultaneously and links somehow to a program from childhood. As children, we haven't yet developed discernment, understanding, boundaries, or life experience, and hence depend on primary caregivers to provide these qualities. We learn how to be human through mimicking and imitating those who mattered most to us. Like a sponge, we absorb everything, busily taking in uncensored beliefs and opinions, which end up woven into the stories or programs, guiding and directing our lives today. Because this survival-related need was innate within us and not yet under our control, we took on board that which our caregivers consciously or unconsciously demonstrated to us. Because our survival depended on those primary caregivers, we had to trust them as well as all those many messages, whether positive or negative, that were innocently filed away in our childhood minds. The child we were, like a computer, was already uploading programs for the future, unaware of the power that these programs had to sometime later take over our lives.
I am that child whose innocence waits patiently for love to be. Who can be big or small depends on how I'm treated by the ones who I need for love. A sponge I am, this innocence, who cries out to be free and seen, accepting all you give to me, that molds my destiny. To love just me, not what I do, is all I'll ever ask of you. For one day you will come to know, without love I can't grow. A sponge I am, this innocence, who cries out to be free and seen, accepting all you give to me, that molds my destiny. While I'm a child and innocent, I ask again, please listen to me, that when I'm grown without your love, I'm not all I can be. I need your love to be just me. Can't do this on my own. Primary caregivers are so often unaware that they may well be passing on wounds from their childhood, as they innocently continue to be in the grips of programs installed in their hard drives when they were children. These programs store themselves in the unconscious and take over through thoughts. When not healed, the thoughts manifest into familiar stories which, unbeknownst to us, control our lives. Beliefs are wired into these programs, feeding our thoughts, convincing us that our imagined stories are real. Even the five senses can be hijacked by these programs, providing information that isn't true. We swear that woman was glaring at us, or that man was talking down to us. No, it's all coming from programs installed in us long ago. Check out the preface again and remind yourselves of the enormity of these programs that unknowingly become part of our makeup. The good news is that just as with a computer, programs can be deleted when no longer needed. We know from personal experience that it is possible to clear and heal old programs that no longer serve us.
The only way to be free from this trance is to begin the journey to self-love. This involves taking full responsibility for our lives. Frequently, the programs fueling our stories are not based on the truth of what is happening around and in us. We tend to believe what our senses tell us instead of recognizing that much of this information is actually a lie. Until we know how to set ourselves free from these programs, we have no choice but to continue living in illusions. Unfortunately, the two of us spent too many years telling ourselves stories about how we were either less important than others, helpless, powerless, victims, or at the mercy of a world outside of us.
On a subconscious level, I used to feel responsible, unlike Len, for the world I saw, always ready to be there for partners, friends, family, and sometimes even strangers. I had learned to be the strong one, happy to help and do so in a bright, accommodating way. Nothing was ever too much for me, and it's only now I see I was often going unnecessarily above the call of duty. I never felt inconvenienced, and if I did, no one, including myself, knew it. and there may have been times I felt a little put out, but I'd rationalise this away with thoughts such as, it's no big deal, and of course I can make the time. The sense of ease which I developed in handling anything, and with a smile, came from believing it was my responsibility to look after everyone and everything without fail. Clearly, others mattered more to me than I mattered to myself. I used to even take responsibility for the well-being of animals and insects. For a month, I stayed with Len in Thailand, where he'd lived for several years. One typically warm day, we went walking through a beautiful tropical area with many trees and lush greenery. As we shared thoughts on consciousness, I was excited to notice an enormous, stunning spider's web. Initially, I was fascinated at the intricate beauty of the patterns dancing in the sunlight. However, when I looked closer, I was devastated to see an innocent, brightly coloured butterfly being devoured by that same spider who had woven the ornate web I'd been admiring. Len was shocked by my reaction. Tears flowed as I expressed anger at the spider. I wanted to rescue that butterfly still in the throes of fading life. The adult in me knew the spider was simply playing its part in the cycle of nature. However, when in the survival zone, the child in us takes over. My inner child was absorbed in the butterfly story. Through those eyes, the butterfly that had not long ago flown free was now being eaten alive and crying out for the help I was powerless to provide. The dogs roaming free in Thailand also attracted my attention, especially when injured or appearing needy. When I saw one particular white dog limping, its front leg bleeding, the inbuilt program of responsibility deeply instilled in me was triggered. I wanted to save that dog, take it home to feed and give it water. Len again was surprised at my reaction. He had no programs around identifying with nature in any personal way. He couldn't understand why I would feel responsible and be so affected. Len's conditioned response was to give these situations no energy by intellectualizing with such thoughts as, this is how dogs are treated in Thailand, so there's no point even noticing them. Another time while driving, I noticed a bird who had seconds earlier been hit by a car. I wanted to stop my car in the middle of that busy highway and rescue it. The adult within, of course, knew it was impossible to stop driving. The child, however, was engrossed in the struggling bird story, already seeing the shoebox in which that bird was going to be nursed back to life. Emotion was strong as the inner child expressed anger at life's cruelty and unfairness. With the need to take care of others buried deep inside, there was already a predisposition to attract such circumstances into my life. Of course, none of the above was really about insects and animals. I was experiencing stories made up of beliefs and reactions that were already embedded in my unconscious, ready to be activated as soon as the life circumstance triggered them. Another person without this same survival story may well have not even paid attention to those injured dogs, birds, and insects. Len, for example, couldn't relate to why I was upset. The thoughts running through my mind involved innocent, helpless creatures being attacked and abused by life. It's clear to see how those same thoughts very quickly became stories which I accepted and believed, with all 5 senses supporting them. The beliefs contributing to these thoughts are classic examples of survival stories often passed down through generations. The truth is, no matter how perfect our childhood, it seems to be inevitable that the human mind, in its childlike state, deduces in some way that who I am, or what I do, is not quite good enough. When the person is ready, and this can be at any age, the journey changes direction from who I'm not, for example, being responsible for the well-being of others, to living authentically as who I really am.
Survival is our basic drive, without which nothing else is possible. For anything to have meaning, we first must survive or live or exist. We instinctively know that as little children, we could not survive without our primary caregivers. At the same time, however, our undeveloped and undiscerning childhood minds drink in all the messages those caregivers and past generations pass on consciously and unconsciously. The lessons they intend to teach us are drummed in, but their unconscious wounds are also insidiously, though usually unintentionally, passed on to us. Of course, we're too young to have any idea of what's really going on. It's now well known that as babies, we're highly tuned into our environment, even while in the womb, and all we have are instincts and intrinsic needs to survive. Our caregivers represent the whole world to us. We innocently absorb everything, learning rapidly how to be accepted, approved of, and rewarded. Isn't it a relief to know that we're also able to unlearn these programs made up of patterns and needs associated with our self-identity and therefore our self-worth? Remember, survival means life over death, and this is why when these programs are threatened in any way today, we automatically panic. A person in survival is not necessarily responsible for their behavior, as the inner child has taken over, so we're best not to take their words or actions personally. Look at the analogy of a drowning person. In their desperate need to survive, they're likely to take the rescuer down also, unless he or she is strong enough to take care of themselves first. The way in which we learn to survive as children is frequently the way we experience our very existence as adults. That is, until we free ourselves from the meaning we attach to all those programs keeping us living unconsciously. Survival stories are so powerful that when caught up in them, a part of our brain, the amygdala, activates and triggers our body's alert mode. This is called the fight, flight, or freeze response, which plays a major role in stress. When we believe our real or perceived survival is threatened, the mechanism jumps into action, alerting our whole system. Even when imagining imminent danger, the amygdala warns the body to get ready for self-protection. This is significant as many survival stories are waiting to roll like movies in our minds, and it takes only an instant for the director in our subconscious to call action. Janine helped me to become aware of how quickly my programmed need for attention sparked me into action. Having worked on healing this survival issue, I now notice when my body and mind jump into a movie featuring me as the star. In the past, when friends used to ask me to read one of my articles, I found myself in a trance, oblivious to the fact that I just kept reading article after article, unaware of the listener's interest. Attention was like a drug, rendering me needy and powerless, basing my self-worth on the other, the listener. We laugh now when we remember that Janine used to have to stop me while in action, setting the listener free to head home long after they'd originally planned to leave. An important point to note is that the listener themselves is responsible for their own behavior, such as whether they choose to stay or leave. We are the ones responsible always for setting ourselves free. As this survival storyline loosens its grip over me, I'm finding it easier to stop the movie sooner, reminding myself to remain conscious.
Each time a survival story is triggered, the body lights up like a circuit board, sparking energy rapidly throughout our system. This contributes towards stress, anxiety, excitement, and fear, which usually results in general insecurity and unhappiness. Whenever a survival story arises, we usually become deaf, dumb, and blind, losing connection with the truth of who we are and what's really happening in that moment. Historically, the amygdala protected us from such predators as the saber-toothed tiger by providing the means to act quickly in order to save ourselves from possible death. The problem these days is there are no saber-toothed tigers apart from the ones we create in our thoughts.
A classic example is the anticipated trip to the dentist, which often brings up fear, panic, and pain before we've even entered the dentist's clinic. Thanks to our survival stories, we're creating predators like the saber-toothed tiger in all sorts of forms to intimidate us every day. Remember, our thoughts create our reality, and when we accept and believe those thoughts, we make our experiences real. Look at the examples of highly evolved individuals who actually set the time and date for their death by thought alone. Students in India have witnessed their spiritual teachers sit, close their eyes, and take their last breath, all by choice. With no evidence of sickness or physical intervention, they literally unplug from the world. We really are powerful beings once we have the mind on our side.
Survival stories are based on beliefs usually absorbed when we're children, the seeds of which are still with us until we heal them. These could be seen as weeds which just keep growing until completely removed at the roots. Another reason why we find ourselves helpless when these old programs arise is that the rational part of our brain, the neocortex, is slower to respond than the amygdala. Even with awareness of our reactions when in survival mode, we're usually unable to step in and change them because the amygdala has already been activated. After all, look at its job. It's supposed to respond instantly due to its connection with our survival. The amygdala experiences any issue around survival, real or imagined, as an emergency, requiring immediate action. Instantly, the rest of the brain, including the rational mind and body, responds to its urgent agenda.
The neocortex, or thinking rational part, hasn't had the chance to fully recognize what's happening, let alone determine whether it's a good idea. Thus, when in real or perceived survival, the amygdala takes control of our behavior while the rational part of the brain is still deliberating. How many times have we heard ourselves say, "We should have known better"? Consider how we tend to judge ourselves harshly when the truth is we were simply in survival mode, unable to control or even understand why in that moment we felt like a child. The reason, of course, is because most of these beliefs and behaviors were absorbed in childhood when we first learned how to survive, and many of the amygdala's urgent signals are conditioned to reacting to those out-of-date survival wounds.
That saber-toothed tiger, now extinct in nature, may still be alive and kicking in our heads until we're able to heal all those unreal beliefs and perceived needs to which we're attached. Once you heal those childhood wounds, that tiger becomes a cute little kitten sitting on your lap purring, reminding you that all the stress and tension resulted solely from believing thoughts that were never true in the first place. Remember though, until we do the work to heal those wounds, that innocent kitten just as easily turns into a fearful predator again. Keep reading and listening, and you'll see, once you wake up fully to yourself, that you're the one imagining the entire story the whole time. Another perceived story filled with beliefs in the process of being healed.
I sit counting my thoughts from long ago. Over and over they turn like a broken record that scores itself upon one groove. Can they ever stop? Am I sentenced to that fate forever? Only when I don't let go. Through my eyes, my mom's only desire in life was to be a wife and mother. She succeeded by marrying my father and bearing 3 children. Being raised by a critical, domineering mother herself, she learned early in life to not ask for what she wanted, which contributed to her little self-worth. Having few of her needs met as a young person, she compensated by reaching out to her own children to have them met. As her parents were divorced, she spent relatively little time with her father, who through her eyes was treated badly by her mother. This may well have affected her relationship with my father, who she continued to turn away from after the children were born. I perceived my mother and dad as relating to my older brother as if he were the parent in the house. At the age of 10, my brother appeared, through my eyes of course, to be given the responsibility for raising me and my sister. My sister became my mom's best friend, while I was the one whom my mother showered her affection. My father tended to hang around in the background, passive and emotionally unavailable. I was very close to my mother until I reached puberty. As an innocent child, my mother's affection and attention was comforting. However, as a teenager, life at home became unsettling when my mom continued to need my close, childlike presence, and I couldn't understand why I began to desire my mother. Unfortunately, she didn't realize this change and continued to reach out to me as her affectionate little boy. Intuitively, I knew this wasn't right, and in my desperation to remain secure and comfortable, I withdrew and shut down to that kind of connection with my mother. I retreated from any physical contact, not just with Mom, but with girls and women in general. My heart closed and all feelings gathered to my head, where they could be controlled and locked away in a safe place. This kept me from having genuine, healthy, and intimate relationships throughout most of my adult life. I had transferred the lack of safety with my mother to all women. Even though I had married 3 times and was in several committed relationships over the years, I could never open my heart fully. I longed for genuine intimacy, but feared being suffocated by my mother's irreconcilable need, my perception, which I projected onto the world, believing this to be real. I certainly don't want to depict my mother as being wrong. However, it's important to share this story to demonstrate how childhood wounds can profoundly affect our lives. Until now, I had been attached to a story that led me to believe it was dangerous to open my heart. Here's an example of the actions of 3 primary caregivers, my mother, father, and brother, being interpreted and absorbed by a child's mind, resulting in programs that controlled my adult life. A simple way to paint this picture, yes, simplicity is the key, is to look at the basic effect of each caregiver. As I now see it, my mom's need to continue treating me like a child influenced me to remain attached to not growing up. Janine and I are now aware of my resistance to being an adult who takes full responsibility for his life. I can see now that my strong need for attention played out in every area of life, which was directly related to my emotional attachment to remain a child. With my father not being emotionally present as a healthy male role model, and my brother only 3 years older, essentially playing the parent role, my associations with men were weak. While my brother appeared to be strong, he was still my sibling and not a mature role model. Through the innocent eyes of a child, I learned how to pretend to be grown up. While I experienced men as weak like my father and intimidating like my brother, I felt it was impossible to respect my dad and compete with it or question my brother. Having witnessed my father consistently giving his power away to my mother, when I first met Janine, I ran programs around being indecisive, indirect, non-assertive, sneaky, hiding my truth, and pretending. Sometimes I would be quiet and withdrawn, while at other times I was in high gear, feeding off attention from anyone who would give it to me. Discernment, which is a quality we are more apt to learn as adults, had never been fully developed. My body language was sometimes quite feminine and other times very childlike. Witnessing my brother winning the respect of my parents, I built beliefs around never being seen as good enough, Consequently, no matter what I did, I still believed it would never be enough to win the respect, recognition, and validation I yearned to receive from the world.
This is an example of how the universe always meets us where we are, supporting the beliefs we carry and develop into stories, reflecting unhealed wounds from the past. In relationships, we often have many stories about each other that remain deeply hidden and never spoken about. Many of these unconscious beliefs are simply not real, and when life is lived from this falseness, we continue to be the perpetrators of our experiences. Even when beliefs are not true, we still create their existence based on the strong need to believe the stories playing out in our minds. Because we learned these beliefs while needing to survive as children, we unconsciously stand by them, believing them to be real. If we don't keep living according to these belief programs running us, we can actually experience symptoms of threatened death, such as the heart racing and the breath becoming shallow. We might be far from comfortable in a particular behavioural pattern, but because our inner child latched onto it early in life, we became invested in continuing the same familiar behaviour. This explains those panic symptoms we experience when in the grip of survival behaviour. When programs are triggered or threatened, we often experience similar reactions to clinging onto a ledge while being absolutely terrified of letting go, or a life raft when faced with drowning. Our sweaty palms and palpitations, along with other fear-based signs, take over and render us out of control to whatever degree, depending upon the program.
As a baby entering this world, there's usually some degree of excitement and celebration. We grew into toddlers and children associating every single thing we learned as having something to do with love. Along with survival issues, the beliefs absorbed and contributing to our unconscious programs also color our impressions of what love is. This impression is usually subconsciously carried with us into every relationship. Of course, we're not aware of anything wrong with our behavior as we grew up seeing our primary caregivers acting in the same ways. That must be what love is. I associated being cute and childish with love, one of the messages I gleaned from my mother. From my father, I learned that withdrawing, taking no pride in oneself, and hovering around the sidelines is how the male behaves in a loving relationship. I witnessed my mom criticizing and judging my dad, so on an unconscious level, I developed the same need to attract judgment and criticism while dishing it out in my mind. Appropriate behavior for a male adult had been set as this was the man I, as a child, had aspired to be. This program affirmed the desired storyline which reminded me of mom and dad, which was that I wasn't and would never be good enough. After all, isn't this love according to the beliefs I carried with me from childhood? Coming from innocence, no one is ever to blame, because we all simply do the best we can with the knowledge and experience we have.
When we don't heal our past, we continue to attract the same experiences because those unconscious wounds are so deeply repressed, busily determining our future. We've been doing the work vigilantly to use all our experiences for this healing. Many of our survival stories are clearly complete opposites. For example, Len learned to not take full responsibility for his life, whereas I learned to take too much responsibility for mine. As we're both committed to becoming more conscious, any triggers serve the purpose of doing exactly that. It's through triggers and reactions that we clean up survival issues and empty our minds of all negative belief patterns. After all, it's necessary to stir the mud at the bottom of the well before the well can be cleansed and purified for drinking.
These many differences between us seem perfectly orchestrated for emptying and polishing our minds clean. It It's a matter of not taking ourselves too seriously and letting go of pride and defensiveness. The glaring difference in our backgrounds, interests, personalities, and ages offer enormous amounts of material for healing. It comes naturally to me to hide my thoughts due to survival stories based on being safe only in my secret world. On the other hand, it was so much more natural for Janine to speak her truth unless asked to respect a confidential agreement. She was aware that hiding her thoughts contributed to tangled webs of deceit. Because of my need to be special and unique, I went so far as to convince myself I wasn't human, even though I knew I was. Unlike the rest of humanity, I felt there was no need to engage in whatever others did, and even denied the basic necessities for staying alive, like eating, going to the toilet, sleeping, and even breathing. While Janine enjoys socializing and spending time with friends, I enjoy people only when it suits me, preferring time spent on my own. I associated making mistakes with attracting attention, whereas Janine learned making mistakes was associated with failure. One of her survival stories was to avoid showing off or any form of boasting, while my survival program saw me creating opportunities to show off and sing my own praises. I learned to use others to take care of my needs, while Janine learned to care for others' needs first. With so many opposites constantly coming up, it's taken a deep conviction and commitment to remember that our purpose is to strengthen the relationship with ourselves. As the sandpaper of consciousness clears away, attachments such as being right, not failing, keeping control, and staying small, we continue to be shown in countless ways that we're perfect mirrors for each other to pave the way for waking up to self-love.
How do we expect our futures to be different if we haven't healed our past? Through personal experience, we've discovered the most beneficial way is to become transparent with each other. This occurs when speaking our truth in the simple but not always easy way of sharing honestly. Old wounds can be recognized as unreal beliefs that have no power in the present unless we continue to give them meaning. In exposing these wounds by speaking our truth in a safe environment where each takes responsibility for their feelings, the movement towards letting go of the ledge or that life raft begins to occur. Continuing to practice letting go of our attachments to stories enables us to feel safer and more connected with our true selves. We come into greater sense of balance with our head, inner adult, and heart, inner child, and any holding on for perceived survival becomes less necessary.
Chapter 2. Inner Child and Inner Adult. The most important relationship we will ever have is with ourselves. I need to belong and not withdraw into the wilderness, standing alone to face certain death. There's no one to hold my hand, touch my wounded heart, and cry in compassionate arms. I no longer live in the wilderness. Today, I met the one who holds that space that I am.
We wonder what goes through your mind when you hear the words inner child and inner adult. Do you notice judgments or assumptions coming up? We certainly did when we first came to work with the inner child. Thoughts such as, it doesn't really work, to, it's not real, to, I'm not a child anymore, to, I don't want to be reminded of being a child again. Since experiencing the way we work with the inner child, those judgments have disappeared. We can't argue with results that we've had firsthand and continue to learn through this process that there's no point denying reality. All of us have the presence of an inner child who can profoundly affect our lives, whether or not we want to accept it.
Who is the inner child? It's not as if we're going to unzip our body to find a little child in there. The inner child is an energy within which expresses itself through the qualities that define a child. The child we once were still exists in the form of energy, memories, past experiences, feelings, and thoughts, and is recognized through certain attributes in our personality. These qualities are universal, as they make up an essential part of our human nature. Whenever we experience feelings, the inner child is expressing itself no matter what those feelings are. Even as an adult, this is the case, because the essence of feelings comes from the nature of the child.
To set ourselves free, we first need to bring ourselves into the now moment, as the past and future are healed and can only exist in the present. When the inner child is safe as one with us, we rest in the moment and experience the true meaning of freedom and self-love. Many find it incredibly difficult to be in the moment, as their inner child still suffers wounds that never healed since childhood. Even though the beliefs were taken on board back then, to the child part of us, the experience is happening right now. Usually we're not even aware of this until we begin a deeper healing process, as these programs lie hidden in our subconscious minds. Because the nature of the inner child is to be in the now, those wounds, when exposed, are often the cause of pain and suffering in the moment, which to the conscious mind can sometimes be confusing. On some level, though, we notice that there's a familiar pattern or theme if we're really honest with ourselves. We usually repress that pain and suffering, covering it over in any way we're able. Why? Well, it hurts and is likely to be subconsciously triggering uncomfortable memories from childhood. Our inner child is a precious part of us, and the more we learn to integrate this energy, the more able we are to be whole.
The inner child has been with us since childhood. Whenever we have feelings such as happiness and sadness, the inner child is the source of our expression. Look at an infant and you will see the pure, raw expression of the qualities experienced as our inner child. Spontaneity, playfulness, vulnerability, need, honesty, and self-centeredness are examples. When the inner child qualities show up in our lives, it's good to be aware that we're expressing from this part of us. Imagine an energy field in which all the childlike qualities rest and wait to be accessed whenever needed or desired. When the inner child is balanced within us, these expressions occur in a healthy way. We experience life without resistance, open to living freely in the moment, with an innate knowing that we are safe. Children by nature are dependent and therefore always need to be attached. This is natural, as a child is unable to take care of themselves and not expected to do so. Knowing our inner child is needy, powerless, and requires attachment to someone or something explains the necessity of the inner adult to fill that role. Otherwise, guess what? Our inner child turns to another person, object, or idea to have their needs met in some way. Welcome to the problems of the world.
I walked along the streets of sorrow, hoping there will be tomorrow. Hopelessness then strangles me. The future will I ever see? Pain and struggle are my friends, and with me till the bitter end. Can I change this life I've known when no direction I've been shown? And here's the hand I know so well, that's always there to heal. The hand that reaches out to me is mine that sets me free. Happiness can't understand that desperately I need a hand to hold on tight so I can grow into the me I need to know. And here's the hand I know so well, that's always there to heal. The hand that reaches out to me is mine that sets me free. It's my hand I've got to hold. They're no longer afraid and small. We all connect somehow to this energy field which we call the inner child. There are many healthy ways to connect, and through taking care of this part of our energy, the childlike qualities express themselves naturally, such as when we feel joy and wonder while watching a sunset. We recognize this energy flows from within us. Walking through a rainforest, marveling at the sights, smells and sounds of nature, refreshed by tropical spray caressing our skin, we feel exhilarated, alive and present. Taking our dogs and or children for a run along the beach, we laugh with each other, playing freely in the space of love. Heading to the gym 3 times a week, we enjoy the satisfaction and fun of exercising. We have tapped into the field of our inner child, allowing these qualities to be naturally expressed and felt.
When we become attached to needing to do, have, or be anything in order to feel okay about ourselves, we enable the energy field of our inner child to leave and leak out into the world for survival. For example, if that sunset needs to be seen every night for us to be happy and whole, we've become attached to the idea of the sunset. If without the gym sessions we feel lost, small, and inadequate, once again we've allowed our inner child to turn to the gym for self-worth. The world becomes more important than us as we now define ourselves according to it. We forget to take care of the inner child, instead giving the sunset or gym the responsibility for our self-worth. This can result in addictive behaviors being used as the ways and means to deal with our inner child energy, which is bursting to be expressed. When this vital creative energy is repressed, unhealthy behavior may become the only outlet, leading to potential addictions. Alcohol, drugs, gambling, pornography, and smoking are just a few examples of the inner child turning to the world's temptations. Because we're not taking full responsibility for ourselves, until we allow our expression to occur naturally, without needing a child, pet, nature, creative urge, or addiction to give us permission to be spontaneous, playful, present, and real, we will never know true peace.
If we want to know how it feels to express from this energy field, look at the way in which we relate to animals, nature, and children. Because a child is unable to be a grown-up, in order to connect on the same level, we must bring our inner child to them. This is true for pets also, as they relate from the same place mentally as a young child. It's interesting to note that it's not uncommon for us as parents to raise our children in a similar way to which we train or domesticate our pets. Children, pets, and nature make it safe and acceptable in society for us to express from our inner child. Most of the time, however, we're uncomfortable, if not embarrassed, to show up so openly and spontaneously without having the presence of a child, pet, nature, an addiction, or some creative endeavour on which to focus. Any group we belong to or identify with, such as a religion, nation, community, or sports team as a participant or supporter, can also enable this same childlike openness and spontaneity. These aspects of the world seem to give us permission to let go and communicate freely. Look at the antics we express safely and naturally as we interact with a baby or a cute little dog. This is our inner child at peace and at play.
Who is the inner adult? As we grow, we naturally develop the inner adult within ourselves. Both life experience and the deeper inner knowing present within all of us, yet so often not tapped into or recognized, coexist as the inner adult. Even as a child, there's an innate knowing present, which as we grow into adulthood, strengthens and becomes more pronounced. As we wake up to ourselves, we connect to this authentic place within as the inner child and inner adult merge together as one, allowing our lives to reflect this balance.
The qualities which define the inner adult are opposite to the inner child. Discernment, boundary setting, reasoning, thinking, rationality, work the child plays, and the ability to reflect and be aware are examples of the domain or energy field in which the inner adult resides. The inner adult qualities are unavailable to the inner child and vice versa. To function as a whole human being, it's essential that we have both parts of ourselves in balance. Nature, as it so often beautifully shows us, mirrors the perfect demonstration of how to flow in harmony with ourselves, the law of opposites balancing. Look at the 4 seasons and the grace with which growth is fostered through the sequential expression of the elements. This allows life to exist and evolve on the planet. If we just had sunshine all the time, how would flora and fauna survive? The result would lead to constant dryness, drought, and death. If we only had winter with its rain, snow, hail, and cold, how would life begin? Any extreme eventually causes suffering and destruction. The same goes for the human race. After all, why would it be any different? We are the microcosm of the macrocosm of nature. In the bigger picture, we're all connected and mirror each other in some way. Just as with the energy of nature, if we don't heal the energetic relationship between our inner child and adult, it's impossible for us to be at peace and in balance, both within ourselves and our world.
Frequently, the way we experienced being treated as a child by our primary caregivers becomes the way we treat our inner child. The ones who looked after us when we were little are our models of adults, so we're more than likely to imitate that behavior. For example, if we happen to experience one of our parents as being cold and conditional towards us, this may then be equated with adult behavior. When we grow into an adult body, the child's energy with that program firmly instilled may be continuing to drive our behavior. Though we appear outwardly to be fully adult, deep down inside there's often a program running which has that inner child using the adult resources available to treat themselves with conditional love and coldness. The inner adult energetically disappears while the inner child takes over our life in these moments, appealing to the world in some way to keep that program operating.
An example of this is the boss of a company speaking with certainty, yet no flexibility, about the tasks to be carried out in the office. This is what has to be done, with no questions asked. His personal assistant is aware that an important point has been forgotten, and when approaches him, is reprimanded and told that it just has to be done now. The boss is operating from his inner child, in the guise of an adult. How do we know this? Look at the qualities he's expressing. He has no perspective and expects the tasks to be done now. He has no patience, discernment, or empathy, doesn't truly listen, and has no real understanding of the situation. With such urgency, this can only be fear-driven behavior. When fear is present, this is a sign that the inner child has taken over, as there's no inner adult to look after that child and handle the situation. There's no respect for clear boundaries, and yet on the surface, the boss appears to be adult, able to maintain a highly reputable position. Clearly, his inner child is operating the apparent adult, as the qualities being displayed are that of a child. The energy of the child leaks into the world, as the inner adult is not doing its job of keeping watch and parenting that child. Picture a set of scales. Both halves of our energy field are designed to balance. This individual is out of balance, in survival, and certainly not at peace within himself.
When wounded children bounce off each other with no adult present to create resolution, there can only be ongoing conflict, whether under the surface or out in the open. When this occurs between nations, it's called war. Wounded children at play with adult minds and bodies, causing death and destruction. It seems hard to believe that behavior learned in childhood so often contributes to programs that run our adult life. This is why it's essential to ensure that the inner adult is present and balanced with the inner child, so these old, familiar, often incredibly painful programs can be cleaned up, cleared out, and healed. It's important to remember, too, that just as the inner child needs the inner adult in order to feel safe, so too does the inner adult need the inner child in order to feel spontaneous, free, and whole. The full range of human qualities is available only when both parts of our nature are in balance. We understand that this might sound idealistic and even unrealistic. We also know that you might balk at the idea of befriending an imaginary child within. We're not actually talking about separate beings within us. However, to arrive at that place of wholeness and self-love, it certainly makes sense on this journey to honor these two essential halves of our human nature. This is the only time we can experience true contentment and not be dependent on worldly conditions. After all, the combined qualities of inner adult and inner child energetically make up who we are as human beings. To understand our human nature through balancing these qualities is certainly not a new idea. The ancient science of Ayurveda, which is the oldest natural health science, is actually based upon recognizing qualities to balance human physiology and psychology. Creating balance is at the heart of this science.
At one time, I had judgments around nurturing the inner child, having had a past experience of being asked to cradle and rock a doll, which I had to imagine was my inner child. Oh, the resistance and judgments that resulted. This time, however, the practice of a much clearer process meant I could work with my inner child and eventually bring that part of me home to heal by being in balance with my inner adult. When we connect to the child we once were through the inner adult, we're then more easily able to acknowledge the events contributing towards our experience of adulthood. We can accept the importance of healing the part of us that maybe used to feel lost, alone, threatened, afraid, or simply not okay. Though this is an energetic process, it's productive and powerful to put the techniques we share with you into practice.
The inner child believes that our shadow parts are real. Refer to the preface for a list of shadow beliefs. When the shadow is seen as real, we find ourselves trying to cover it up with masks, which only end up giving the shadow our power by feeding it. This causes it to seem bigger and more frightening to the inner child. Thankfully, when we approach the shadow with the inner adult present, we no longer fear its existence, as the adult knows it's just a shadow without any power to do or mean anything in truth. Until we own our shadow by accepting that we all have the potential to be affected by it, we can't be whole and free, especially when the inner child is running our lives. Everyone has a shadow side, the ability to lie, cheat, be greedy, steal, even murder. But we don't have to live at the effect of that shadow or choose to involve ourselves in that arena. When the inner child is feeling safe and looked after by our inner adult, the shadow is simply where it belongs, without any power, because the light of oneness, balance of child and adult, is shining on and through it, revealing its true nature of nothingness.
The following are the defining qualities of the inner child and inner adult, which are opposite in nature and therefore balance each other perfectly.
The child's pure nature is about survival. The child is pure heart. The child accepts, is attached, is body-centered experiences, is body-related, related to illnesses, creative, curious, can't see possibilities, dependent, disorganized, doesn't reflect, doesn't understand, exaggerates, fantasizes, is fearful, has feelings related to the heart, forgets easily, is honest, illogical, imaginative, imitates and mimics, is impulsive and compulsive, is innocent, insecure, irrational, literal, lives in the present in a timeless state, needs acceptance, needs acknowledgement, needs to belong, needs to be special, has no boundaries, no discernment, no empathy, no patience, no perspective, is not consistent, not controlling, not critical, not dependable, not responsible, plays, is powerless, reacts, is self-centered, is the ego, sensitive, spontaneous, subjective, trusts, is unfocused, unreasonable, and vulnerable.
The adult's pure nature is about logic and reason. The adult is pure mind. The adult questions, is detached, is mind-centered, thinks, mind-related, looks after the body, not creative, not curious, sees possibilities, is independent, organized, reflects, understands, is realistic, factual, fearless, has no feelings, is in the head, remembers, can be dishonest, is logical, has no imagination, is original, considers, has the ability to manipulate, is secure, rational, figurative, lives in the past or future, is time-bound, is indifferent, has no need for acknowledgement, no need to belong, doesn't need to be special, sets boundaries, discerns, is empathetic, patient, has perspective, is consistent, has the ability to control, is critical, dependable, responsible, works, has power, responds, is not self-centered, no ego, is insensitive, has no spontaneity, is objective, can distrust, is focused, reasonable, and invulnerable.
How do we reconnect to our inner child? As with anything in life, practice makes the master. The inner child has seemingly been on their own for a long time, so we need to be vigilant in our efforts to reconnect with this part of ourselves. As we begin communication with the inner child, we discover over time how this part of us has been feeling. If we really tuned into our inner state, we'd already have a sense of this. Have we been repressing our feelings? Do we tend to push things under the carpet and not deal with them? Do we look after ourselves or put others first? Remember, if we're not taking care of the inner child, so that part of us is at peace, it's the inner child who drives our behavior through beliefs learned in childhood. When we see others as more important than ourselves, it simply means that we may have taken this program on board as a child. For example, we may have learned through our parents to put on a mask as soon as visitors arrived. We therefore assumed we were not okay to be ourselves. The inner child doesn't feel good enough and drives the adult behavior, setting up life to support this belief. No matter how ideal our childhood was, life seems to determine that we still experience wounds. Children by nature take things personally, living in the present, so even a parent's innocent words may cause a reaction leading to a lifelong program based on not feeling worthy.
Though it may look like we're not the creators of our reality, below the surface, survival programs control our experiences and perceptions. If you choose to do the work and begin to come into balance with yourself, you'll discover the truth of this statement. Your life can change for the better once that fragile inner child starts to feel safer, turning to you, not the world, for security, approval, and love. With the awareness of feeling more confident, grounded, authentic, and in charge of your life, you become the parent to your inner child. Was cradled that soul in still silence wakening to birth a life beyond the body's border. The spirit sought, announcing its presence to a world that was blunted by sleep. The whimpering calls of a wounded child echoed out loud for a helping hand. No hand came forth to extend itself. The child then learned to hold its own. But that little hand was not nearly enough to support the weight of this fragile life that would soon grow up to be an adult in a prison without bars for a lifetime. Please don't abandon that innocence who lives and breathes in each one of us. Let's take that hand to rest in ours, to heal those childhood wounds. So it's your hand that is the only one to support the life of this inner child. Once we grow up to be adults, this child needs that hand for a lifetime. Yes, this child needs our hand for a lifetime. Communication between the inner child and inner adult is the key to this process. No, we're not at the blueprint for self-love yet, but making you more aware of the inner child is a prerequisite to continuing on the pathway home. If you haven't begun developing a relationship with your inner child, you certainly won't be able to form a healthy, respectable relationship with the compass we'll soon be offering you. Remember, you've begun a process of balancing the essential qualities of your human nature. By connecting your inner adult to your inner child, you begin to live as a whole, healthy, loving, secure, and grounded human, aligned with your true nature of being. The communication practice you're about to embark upon is in the form of written dialogue, instructions to follow, and or verbal dialogue in your head. Ensure you practice regularly. Whenever you feel any form of unrest, remember it's the inner child who needs your attention and reassurance that they don't have to worry anymore. The inner adult is then aware, in charge, and able to look after the inner child.
Instructions for a written dialogue process. An effective exercise in creating balance between the inner adult and the inner child is known as opposite handwriting. Because children learn to trust through consistency, it's best to practice this exercise on a regular basis. If we want to become the ledge for our inner child, establishing trust is the key, because we're asking them to depend on us and not others for their survival. Children are literal, so whatever you say to that part of yourself, make sure you stay true to your word, because the inner child is incapable of understanding reasons and excuses. First, purchase a journal that both the adult and child and you choose together. Preferably, the journal should be lined for ease of writing. The inner adult and child, as we now know, experience the world differently. The nature of the inner adult experiences the world through the mind, following directions as given in a logical, reasonable way. The adult will probably choose any lined journal, not being too concerned about how it looks or feels. The inner child, who experiences the world through feelings, is likely to be drawn to aspects such as color, size, shape, and texture, insisting that these qualities are appealing before choosing. Be patient and enjoy the process. Draw a line down the center of each page. The left side is to be titled Adult or Parent or your name. The right side is to be titled Child or a favorite nickname you were once called. When speaking from the adult part, we write on the left side with our dominant hand. This is the mature hand with which we've written for most of our lives. When speaking from the child part, we write on the right side with our non-dominant hand. This is the immature hand, not usually used for writing. Therefore, when one or the other speaks, the pen or pencil must be in the appropriate hand. Notice when writing with the non-dominant hand, you may even feel like the child you once were, and witness the handwriting resembling that of your youth. Begin your written dialogue by asking the child how they feel, or whatever questions come to your mind. Let conversation flow wherever it needs to go, in particular addressing any emotional issues that may currently be happening, anything that you've been experiencing that has an emotional charge. You can also simply check in with the inner child, asking how they feel. This work is an opportunity to remind the child that you are looking after them and love them without conditions. It's important to write to the inner child about any feelings we're experiencing because feelings always relate to that part of ourselves. Be sure to use simple language when you write to the child. Remember, children don't have an extensive vocabulary or the life experience to decipher language and meaning. By practicing this exercise regularly, perhaps 15 to 30 minutes a day, we create a consistent framework to address the separation between the inner child and adult that's most likely existed for a long time, resulting in the imbalances we experience. This form of direct communication with the inner child lets them know we are now present to take charge of our lives instead of leaving it to the child who's been looking elsewhere for love, acceptance, and a parent. Remember, we also experience the above exercise by communicating verbally in our minds. It's not always appropriate or practical to pull out our dialoguing journals. The next best thing is to be vigilant in communicating with the inner child in your head. An example is finding yourself out with friends and suddenly perceiving criticism directed at you. This, of course, is the inner child feeling vulnerable and attacked. It's essential we learn to practice reassuring the child that we're now looking after them so they no longer need to feel alone and abandoned. Another perceived story filled with beliefs in the process of being healed.
Beautiful child, you've been waiting so long. There's an adult now present, finally hearing your song. Adult, how are you, precious one? Child, I feel sad and angry. Adult, what do you feel sad and angry about? Child, the dogs that died and the mean people in the world. I was scared, but I never showed it. I never showed that I was hurting, but I really was. Adult, I'm with you now, always. I'm sorry you had to go through those times and the hurt and fear. You were so strong and tough. You really are amazing. I love you, and I want you to know you don't have to hide your feelings anymore. You can be who you are, and who you are is beautiful. I'm here to look after you. We're together, and you can be you now. I know what you had to go through, and I'm sorry I wasn't with you then, but I am now, and you can just relax and be free. Child, I feel a bit better now. Adult, things are moving, and we are becoming free. Child, I'm happy. Adult, I am too. You're safe, and I'm here looking after you. You don't need to check anything out with anyone else. You have me with you now, always. You matter more to me than anyone or anything. Child, I feel like I'm home. Adult, you are. We are. And this is all that matters. I have been committed to bringing my inner child home to my inner adult and continue to practice vigilantly to set myself free. As you see in the above dialogue, my inner child was in the process of beginning to trust me enough to look to the inner adult for support and love that she needed to feel safe and secure. Only then are we able to move towards becoming whole, no longer affected by the world outside of us. The child by nature expresses need and attachment, and through the years of dependency on primary caregivers for survival, learns to need and attach itself to others. By bringing our focus back to the inner child or heart, we start to become united with the inner adult or head and begin to experience life from a more peaceful, stronger place.
Though we've developed into adult bodies and minds, it's the wounded child that's often controlling the ways we perceive and experience our worlds. Until we become aware of this fact, we continue to steer our way through life unconsciously, victims to programmed reactions. It's the inner adult who needs to be the support and safety net for the inner child. Otherwise, that child turns outwards to the world to find a sense of okayness. Until the wounds are healed, we usually believe and identify with the pain and suffering stories that result so much so that we search for something to numb the hurt. This is where those addictions or habits, such as alcohol, gambling, drugs, work, emotional eating, sex, and computer games, are used to cover up and suppress the pain.
The exciting news here is that once the inner adult shows up to let the inner child know that they no longer have to be in charge, which is pressure that a child should never have to face, we start to turn to ourselves for acceptance and love. One night recently, I woke up at about 3 a.m. with a feverish headache. As I lay in bed wanting to go back to sleep, a childhood memory surfaced of my mum putting a damp, cool, refreshing washcloth or face washer over my forehead. Feeling very tired and achy, all I wanted to do was go back to sleep. But this picture kept popping into my mind. I soon realized the inner child needed to be loved, nurtured, and comforted, and this was my responsibility. Until we actually embody the inner adult in moments of need, we can't know the deliciousness of the balance that occurs as a result. I could have easily turned to Len in this moment. After all, I was aching all over. Often the lesson requires us to ask for help and receive it graciously. The learning in this case, though, was about trusting and acting on deep inner knowing. Len was ready to jump out of bed. However, I knew it was up to me to show the inner child that I was the one taking care of her. When we heal our wounds, we're cleaning up our needs. I have to be the only one I need, unless there's a physical or emotional reason making this impossible. Our power goes to wherever our need is, and when we need only ourselves, the power stays with us. If I had accepted Len's offer to get that washcloth, I would have been ignoring my deeper knowing. This would have also been enabling the inner child to be dependent on Len.
The inner child is naturally needy, which is why we must look after that part of ourselves. If not, of course, it goes out into the world to find security to meet that ever-present need. In truth, we're the only ones able to consistently look after our inner child because we're the only one present 24/7. No one can do this but us. Look at how disappointed or angry we feel towards others when they don't show up in the way we expect. Until our inner child is safe and secure in us, no matter how loving, supporting, and devoted another is, it will ultimately never be enough. When we give the other our power to take care of our inner child, we're not being responsible. We've left our center and betrayed ourselves again.
Although it was the last thing I felt like doing in that moment, through the practice of taking care of my inner child, there was a knowing that it was so important for me to get out of bed, find a washcloth, dampen it, return to bed, and place it over my forehead. The result was completely unexpected and almost overwhelming. Peace washed over me as I literally felt the inner child sigh, "Thank you." Within minutes, I drifted off to sleep, waking in the morning with no sign of fever or headache. By attending to the child and drawing our inner adult in to follow through with any action needed, even if it feels insignificant and silly, we open up to reveal more of our true nature, which is wholeness. Less and less do we seek approval or validation from others rather than recognizing our own value and self-worth. Once we move into a more balanced state, we find the old familiar need to cling to those ledges transforms itself into us being the only ledge to which our inner child ever needs to feel attached. It becomes unnecessary then to view ourselves from this perspective of inner child and inner adult, for the two have become one. We live from our center of wholeness, and taking care of ourselves has become our inherent way of life.
Chapter 3. Stories. I can be in the now or live in my story. Peace is always present without the story. The space offers itself up again to receive whatever possibilities await. Can I be that big to contain infinite space, to allow what is to be ever present?
We live our lives either in a story or in the now. This may sound simple, but when we truly practice living in the moment, we set ourselves free. It's not just simple, but rather profound and true. Allow yourselves to think about the moment. Stop right there. As soon as you started thinking about the now, boom, you took yourself into a story about the now. Get it? Yes, it's confusing and disconcerting when we work it out with our minds. The same part of us that's actually creating thoughts and stories. It seems impossible to use our minds to free ourselves from our minds, yet we continue to remain in the role of seeker by doing exactly this. The seeker never actually succeeds in finding, while using the mind or head to do the seeking. The very act of using the mind through our memories to find answers guarantees a story is created. And as humans, we tend to stick like glue to our stories. Without memories, there could be no stories. Buddha expressed this perfectly when he stated, "What we are today comes from our thoughts of yesterday, and present thoughts build tomorrow's life. Our life is the creation of our mind." Close quote. Thoughts once believed lead to stories which only strengthen their hold, preventing us from being in the now, which in truth is the only time and place that's real.
The moment is right now. No past or future is relevant in the now moment. Sure, you may think a thought about the past or future while being in the moment, but that thought instantly takes you out of the moment. It's a memory, a story about your perception of the past or imagined future, which you really have no idea about in this moment. Have you heard the phrase relating to the now as being the present, a gift? It's true that once we really master living in the moment, it feels like the world is full of gifts, as we're no longer creating stories of unworthiness to sabotage ourselves. Many of life's regular experiences are based on stories of anticipation or expectation of which we're not even aware. We assume that our car will start, that we won't have an accident on the road, or will, if we tend to give our power to worrying, that someone we love might be in danger, and even that we'll live to see tomorrow. If we have a fear of flying, we tend to fuel stories around whether the plane will land or crash. These stories are unfounded in the moment, as they're based upon future imagined consequences or memories. By giving these imaginings our attention, we continue to create realities that can be greatly influenced by the stories taking hold in our minds. Our attention shifts away from the moment and focuses on the stories in our minds rather than reality. We could say the body represents the inner child, while the mind symbolizes the inner adult. When our mind leaves to live in a story, it's as if the adult has left the child to handle the moment alone, and of course a child believes stories, whatever they are, to be real. Without the mind's or adult's presence, our senses or body, the child, can only react unconsciously without true and clear awareness. This is often referred to as being on automatic pilot and frequently contributes to the so-called accidents in our lives.
What stops us from living in this moment? Well, as we've indicated, the moment is always perfect, without any influence of the past or future. Think about it, and you'll realize that it is true. There's one other major influence preventing the moment from being the perfection it is: the story. Most of us wouldn't even be aware that we're living in stories. Not just one, but countless scenarios playing out in our minds, usually stemming from childhood beliefs and preventing us from being at peace in the moment. We have tens of thousands of thoughts racing through our minds, most of which are repeated day after day. Yep, it's all thanks to the stories. How do those stories come about? By now, you have a fair idea that stories come from thoughts in our minds, many of which, if we haven't healed the inner child, originate from survival wounds. You also have some understanding of the mind, for most of us being a thought maker. It's always producing some level of thoughts. So when we stop interfering by believing, analyzing, and hooking into those thoughts, the mind simply does its job, and we move on in harmony with life. The stories only occur when we pay attention to our thoughts and believe them. This belief we refer to as attachment. In her book, Loving What Is, Byron Katie sums this up best when she says, "A thought is harmless unless we believe it. It's not our thoughts, but the attachment to our thoughts that causes suffering. Attaching to a thought means believing that it's true without inquiring. A belief is a thought that we've been attaching to, often for years." Close quote.
When we hook into our thoughts, we've left presence and entered the illusionary land of stories. For example, I received a personal email recently, which was quite long in my world, and then spent the next 10 minutes wondering and analyzing why this fellow would have sent me such a long email. Thoughts such as, gee, he must like me. I must be important to him. And I'd better respond quickly, were demanding my attention. By sharing these thoughts, I was able to see the power I give them to determine how I feel and act. Without the story, the truth is, I simply received an email. I could have read and answered it in half the time it took me to analyze my thoughts about it.
Any time we leave the now to analyze a thought, we leave our center to live in illusion. When we become attached to thoughts, it's as if we've said yes to a program, which then uses those thoughts to feed the stories. As the stories gather momentum, we're taken for a ride, either into the past or imagined future, rapidly moving away from the now moment. This happens in a knee-jerk instant, which explains why we don't even notice that we've become possessed by a story. As we invest in those thoughts, believing them to be real, we're already moving away from the present and doing a good job of leaving our center. We said yes to the thoughts, and before we knew it, We're in storyland. The mind's imagination has control over us. We've given our power to stories and forget that we're the authors, able to take our power back at any time. We can change the story if we wish, but first we need to recognize that we're the ones writing and living the story. Once this becomes clear, not only do we realize we can change our stories, but we're able to let go of any need to hold on to or be affected by them. I can be in the now or live in my story. The choice is mine now. It's pain or it's glory. Though struggle to keep all the stories alive. My heart aches for now, 'cause the story's alive. Thank God for the pain that just won't go away. Till I wake up to now, that's where I'm always sane. My stories are crazy, attached to them all. Till I choose the now, the stories are all. In now there is heaven, in stories there's hell. The truth will not change through the stories I tell. And thank God for the pain that just won't go away. Till I wake up to now, that's where I'm always sane. I choose to be with me. In now I am free. No stories I tell, so I'm free to be me. I can be in the now or live in the story. I've made my choice now to live in the glory. Until we let go completely, there'll always be the risk of attachment to thoughts and stories. By returning to our center and the now, we own the fact that we're creating the whole thing, and the power is in us to stop listening to and believing those thoughts. This is why the steps we've provided are set out in a particular order. The issues of survival and the relationship with our inner child both need to be understood and recognized first. If you follow this book in the way it's intended, you'll be prepared to take the journey home to yourself. As you do, the stories start to change and the world begins to look different. You recognize the universe is actually your greatest ally, supporting you lovingly as those attachments to stories can gradually fade away. Guess what you're left with? Beautiful you, home in your center, at ease, in the now. Yes, this is a description of life lived according to the principles of the blueprint.
No matter what stories you have, they're usually a form of resistance to being free in the moment. No matter what the struggle may be, it's likely to have originated from stories we learned to accept as true sometime early in life. Through our unconscious attachment to fueling those stories, we continue replaying them in various forms with various characters, the people in our life. We're literally in stories most of the time, especially with people who matter most to us, like family and friends. Think about it. How often are we actually physically present with these individuals? Yet in our minds, we're frequently unaware of the ongoing dialogues and interactions being played out. We can be feeling all sorts of effects due to these imaginings, which our subconscious mind registers as being real. In an instant, Both mind and body believe these stories that are happening only in our internal world. Why are we so resistant to being free? The blunt answer is that we just don't like giving up control, and our stories keep us in the illusion that we actually can control reality. The truth of the matter is, deep down, we're so afraid of the fact that we know we can't possibly control our environment. Death, disease, and the ravages of nature are seen all around us, so we compensate by controlling whatever we think we can by using stories. This is where defensiveness and an attachment to the need to be right may kick in, because underneath there's a part of us fearful of losing control and desperate to be seen as being okay. Perhaps the reason why many follow a God and the framework of religion is to deal with the unknown and the fear of death. Our relationship to God and religion may simply exist as a way to create safety and security. When we no longer need to hold on to anything or anyone outside of us in order to feel safe, secure, and worthy, we are then able to let go of attachments to the past and future and rest in presence.
Can I breathe the space for this? Can I surrender to what is? Or hold on to past and future, living in constant illusion? Waking up to what is real in the now, where I heal. All the stories in my head, making thoughts seem real instead. Now at home with me, I know no thoughts believed are real. Now is all there ever can be, to live in peace with me. Waking up to what is real in the nows, where I heal. All the stories in my head, making thoughts seem real instead. Letting go to was and will be, the space for presence can be. This is where I'll be at home, in peace with loving me. For now, reassure your inner child that you are together and taking care of her or him. Be aware that you've already begun your journey to heal childhood wounds and begin to recognize those stories that have you hijacked. Return to the moment as best you can and set the intention to open your minds and hearts to create space for accepting that everything you experience is somehow linked to your past and imagined future, until both are fully healed and presence is the place you live in and come from. If you're caught up in it, there's likely to be a story that you've believed and are feeding by the simple fact you're attached to the familiarity and comfort, even if it's a miserable story. It all comes down to attachment, and as we learn to release this attachment, we take our power back and live in a whole new reality that we no longer need to control.
When we realize we're caught in a story, remember, it's not about making the story or ourselves wrong. It had been serving a purpose of protecting wounds, hence the strong emotions so often interwoven. As our needs begin to be taken care of by ourselves rather than the world, it becomes easier to see the attachments to stories as gifts, because they lead us to those wounds waiting to be healed. Be gentle with yourself on this path as you become aware of the emotions your stories carry. For example, each time you feel like it's someone else's fault, practice tending to your inner child, the part of you that's been convinced the story was real. As more of our wounds are healed and the inner child feels protected by you rather than needing to cling to the stories, life feels lighter and more spacious. The Buddhist monks practice a beautiful meditation centered on letting go and being present. A number of monks sit in a circle, all participating as one in creating amazingly ornate colored sand paintings of mandalas. This takes days or even weeks to complete. The focus and presence required by each one is huge, taking great concentration and skill as they work together in perfect harmony. The result is the most stunning, intricate work of art for which the Buddhist monks are famous. They recognize the ending is no different than the beginning. As soon as the picture is complete, they sweep away all evidence of its existence. The purpose of this exercise is to remember the only thing real in life is the moment, where there is no illusion. If they were attached to the beauty of their creation, they'd risk being stuck in illusion, with stories only serving to feed the ego. They have no attachment to any story about their sand paintings and are therefore free, holding on to nothing, having no karma. In pure presence. The journey matters to the monks, not the destination, which matters only to the ego.
From the time we first met, we were adamant that our meeting and connection was primarily about growing in consciousness and waking up to our truth. We agreed that deep honesty, transparency, was essential, frequently reminding each other that the relationship with self is more important than the relationship with each other. Likewise, our personal truth has to matter more than the other's truth or reaction. From the moment I embarked on the journey with Len, I committed fully. For many years, I'd been aware of the desire to live from my deepest self, so this was an opportunity to embrace transparency with another. I shared my whole truth, the good, the bad, and the ugly, practicing relentless communication of all thoughts, no matter how difficult and at times downright scary. I stayed focused on emptying my mind and worked vigilantly to connect with my inner child. Though already believing myself to be honest, I was waking up to a much deeper level of honesty and integrity. I was convinced that Len was practicing the same level of commitment, of sharing his truth and taking care of his inner child. Feeling grounded in our union, I believed he was a mirror image of my true self. Both of us had been on the spiritual path for a long time, looking for a clear mirror in which to see our wholeness reflected. It seemed we'd found this in each other, until cracks began to appear in Len's behavior. Over time, I noticed his words weren't aligning with his actions, but there always seemed to be some reason or explanation that he would use to explain it away. Instead of trusting his mirror, Len withdrew further into hiding behind stories. This caused a strengthening of his defense mechanisms, including the need to control, to be right, to feel sorry for himself, and to cover it all up with a facade of niceness so as to not lose the potential relationship he was intent on securing with me.
Underneath these stories was my truth. The attachment to a relationship with Janine was actually more important than the relationship with myself. Instead of surrendering to the light, I chose the path of stories and went deeper into fantasies, hiding behind a cloak of darkness. Janine was convinced that I was practicing the same level of commitment of sharing my truth and taking care of my inner child. Feeling grounded in our union, she believed I was a mirror image of her true self. Both of us had been on this spiritual path for a long time, looking for a clear mirror in which to see our wholeness reflected. It seemed we'd found this in each other until Janine began seeing cracks in my behavior. Over time, she noticed my words weren't aligning with my actions, but I always managed to come up with some reason or explanation to cover up my truth. Instead of trusting Janine, I withdrew further into hiding behind stories. This caused a strengthening of my defense mechanisms, including the need to control, to be right, to feel sorry for myself, and to cover it all up with a facade of niceness so as not to lose the potential relationship I was intent on securing.
Not long ago, when I fell in love with my fantasy, who was you, convinced myself that you were the one who would make my dreams all come true. The stories I would tell and believe you were was imagination run wild, which turned out to be asking you to feed my strong ego's endless need. I would not believe that this love could be my creation endlessly, and I suffered long when my love went wrong, a heavy price I paid for need. The stories I would tell and believe you were was imagination run wild, which turned out to be asking you to feed my strong ego's endless need. Can I love me first, or for another thirst to make myself believe a lie? In a healthy way, I would like to say, needing me's the only way. In a healthy way, I would like to say, needing me's the only way. Needing me's the only way. As I grew stronger in trusting and acting on my inner knowing, rather than protecting Len's feelings, my own healing process unfolded. Any time in the past that I'd allowed others to lie, betray, or manipulate me was now in the process of being healed. By expressing my thoughts, I was freeing myself of any frustration, hurt, anger, and pain that had been stored within the cellular memory. It felt like layers were being lifted as my vision in every way became clearer. I was learning that I was no longer responsible for taking care of others. As outworn limiting beliefs continued to be laid to rest in the past where they belonged, I welcomed the recognition that I really was allowed to matter more to myself than anyone else. Len assured me that he was taking none of my truth-sharing words personally. I began to let go of protecting his feelings, as I trusted he was simply listening, without judgment. Unbeknown to me, he had been forming all sorts of attachments to thoughts I was in the process of releasing. He continued to withhold many of his thoughts, especially those he perceived to be negative in my eyes, a projection of his own self-judgments. As a result, he remained entangled in a web of stories, keeping him believing and telling lies. Despite his strong words of being committed to the path of waking up over and above a relationship, he now realizes he wasn't being honest with me and, most importantly, with himself. He hid feelings under a cover of pretense, allowing them to fester and feed countless stories in his head. When this happens, we go unconscious.
Many of our stories are so familiar and real to us that they feel like loyal friends. Intellectually, I know my stories aren't real and could be healed the moment I decide to let go. Emotionally, however, when in the story, it's so easy for us to forget that we are the ones who are making it all up. For example, one of my survival stories saw me believing that Janine was watching me even when I knew she wasn't home. This goes back to having been caught out many times as a child by my mom, who through my perception frequently criticized me. As an adult, I developed the need to be devious, which fed into my fear of being exposed. While I remain attached to acting sneaky, I keep the stories of guilt, fear, being in control, and the need to hide operating in my mind. In my more conscious moments, I see that I'm choosing to remain a victim of my own creation. While I give Janine my power, she goes from being the love of my life to my best friend, to my mother, and even to my enemy. As our attachment to stories fade away, we take our power back and realize we were simply seeing our childhood wounds projected onto people who were actually innocent and had nothing to do with our wounds at all. The world is neutral. We take whatever we see through our filters and use the brush of our minds to paint over the canvas of that innocent world. In an instant, the world reflects back to us the colors, textures, and themes of our stories. We believe the world is creating these stories, but it's really us holding the paintbrush. In my case, I was seeing the anger and fear I felt towards my mom and myself in Janine. My behavior was then based on the lies that these projected stories reported back to me through my 5 senses. I'd already set myself up to be attacked by the character of Janine perceived through my eyes. It's crazy that this was all happening in my head only, and Janine had no idea that she'd been cast as my mom. She thought she was talking to an adult when, in actual fact, my inner child was wearing the mask of the adult and had taken over my behavior in those moments. While innocently showing up in her truth, Janine was unknowingly playing the villain in my mind movie. This is how stories take over our lives. While I was possessed by this story, no matter what Janine said, I would hear criticism and judgment because the tone of the script was already written in my mind and the survival program was set in place. We now see how important it is to heal those childhood wounds. As Eckhart Tolle says, the root cause of suffering is the identification with our thoughts, the stories that are continuously running through our minds. Unquote.
You didn't cause my reaction as I once believed you did. I now know that the truth is clear. The cause of all's in me. No longer point a finger while 3 stare back at me. I know I am responsible for all the thoughts in me. To know I am real, to know I am free, is when these thoughts I share reveal to my this innocence, healed, wounded child in me. While I pretend to show up real, yet hiding in the dark, until the light of truth shows up, my thoughts live in the dark. To know I am real, to know I am free, is when these thoughts I share reveal to my this innocence, healed, wounded child in me. At peace in this innocence, 'cause the child is healed in me.
Even though our wounds so often come from the distant past, the beauty of this work is that they're healed in the present. Children live in the now with no real understanding of concepts such as past and future. The child in us experiences the past as happening right now. Therefore, childhood wounds are able to be healed in the moment. Early on in our journey together, no matter how many hours Janine spent assuring me that it was safe to speak my truth and empty my mind of thoughts, I still ended up falling back into my secret world, believing I had to hide from her. Janine at first took this personally, feeling it was her fault in some way that I wasn't showing up, protecting my feelings rather than trusting her knowing. Now she recognizes my journey is my responsibility, and the only responsibility she has is to heal her old programs and attachments. I was as good as handing my inner child to Janine to take care of and nurture, expecting her to look after me. Until I stepped up and put my words into actions, while the inner child was in charge, I'd continued to see a world that was critical and judgmental. My inner child was simply doing what a child naturally does, seeking attention and acceptance from the world. Until I looked after my own inner child, those wounds would remain unhealed and stories would keep me believing in a world that just wasn't real.
We now recognize the readiness that plays an enormous role in this process. We can explain a point to someone until we're blue in the face, but if they're not ready to hear it, nothing registers. I had to let go of my need to help Len understand he was creating his own suffering. By retreating to the familiar world hidden in his mind, he remained unconscious while old survival programs held his power. Witnessing him shut down at the precise moment he could have achieved so much growth and clarity felt confusing and frustrating to me, especially in the early days. I'd watch him repeat the same scripts and patterns, at a loss to understand why he wouldn't do the work to free himself, especially when he told me this was his number one priority. I went from feeling compassion, warmth, and empathy to frustration, anger, disappointment, and disbelief. Of course, when we're in the middle of unconscious behavior, we're often unreachable. When I was able to fully own the reflection in the mirror, I could see that Len, playing out his childhood wounds, was actually giving me the ideal opportunity to heal mine. Until he took responsibility for himself, no matter how supportive or patient I was, nothing would change at the deeper level. While I was attached to whether Len walked the talk, I would continue to play out my old survival programs of taking care of others and placing my peace and worth outside myself. When we trust the universe really does know what it's doing, we let go of attachments to our stories, recognizing they were simply in the way of us waking up to self-love. It's only now, in hindsight, that I know I have to own the whole experience myself. This is a tough call for us humans, as it's too easy to make it about the other person. In the story, sure, Len had let me down by leading me to believe that living consciously through transparency of thoughts was more important to him than anything else. In consciousness, however, no one lets anyone down, because each one of us is responsible only for ourselves. As soon as a story takes hold, we become so small that we give it the power to control us. We're then unable to see the truth of what's really happening. Our experiences come from our minds, often fueled by survival patterns, keeping us blind to how powerful we really are.
We were playing out patterns and stories that we'd learned long ago. I was hiding in my secret world, manipulating reality to feed my need for control and attention. Janine trusted that I was trying my hardest rather than trusting her deeper knowing, which told her otherwise. When our truth becomes more important than the story, the negative experiences start to fall away. Blame, shame, insecurity, guilt, and anxiety exist only in the stories, without which they have no meaning. The stories provide the fuel to keep those conditions feeding our experiences. If there were no attachment to the stories running through our minds, there could be no insecurity within us, as there would simply be presence. Sure, life happens. When we live from presence, though, we're able to relate to life in a completely different way. Once stories are seen for what they really are, we know them as thoughts. Once we know ourselves as who we truly are, we recognize we are more powerful than those thoughts. The stories can then fade away into nothingness, otherwise known as presence.
When we hide our truth from others, all we're able to experience and see is a world of lies and deception, because the universe, which is our world of people, places, and things, is a mirror. Here's a simple example. If we think something's wrong with our appearance and we look in the mirror, is that mirror going to tell us we're beautiful and perfect as we are? No, it's a mirror, which can only reflect. The mirror doesn't have a mind of its own, yet we trust what we see, Instead of looking inside to our knowing, we see according to the stories we believe in our minds. As a result, we use the evidence projected onto the mirror to support our stories, which were based only on the attachments to our thoughts. We first believe those thoughts. For example, we already decided we weren't okay. Next, we project them onto the mirror. And finally, we use that reflection to make our stories real. Get it? It's all coming from within us. If we looked inside to our knowing, beyond the stories, we'd see that those thoughts were never true in the first place. The world is no different. We're the creators of our experience and see only what we already believe. Hence, any problem needs to be healed in ourselves and never has anything to do with the other, who is the mirror. When we leave our truth, where presence lives, we leave our center. We're unable to see others clearly because we're powerless to see the truth of ourselves. From this unconscious place, we operate according to need and attachment, allowing stories, which could actually be called lies, as they're just not true, to guide our behavior and knowing.
About 4 months into our journey together, we were inspired to record many of our conversations, which have turned out to be a gift as they remind us of where we once were and how much we've grown. For years, I desired to delve deeper and heal everything in the way of living with awareness. However, having learned as a child the art of manipulation and attention-seeking, these same programs are still in the process of being healed. When we're in a program, it's literally impossible to see that we're being run by that program, otherwise known as a story. I thought I was living consciously, but in actual fact, through working with clients and writing profound articles, I'd created a wonderful front to hide behind. Helping others to see the light and detect ploys used to keep themselves small meant shifting the focus away from myself while continuing to live in the illusion of waking up. It's as if the universe knocks at our door when we're ready to show us what's really going on. Because my attention was consistently on others and getting attention from them, I was unable to see this door until I was ready, let alone open it and receive the gift of myself, a gift for which I had been waiting a very long time. My need to believe all those stories playing out in my mind was so strong that I actually imagined seeing and hearing anything that supported the reality of them. When we latch on to believing the stories into which our thoughts grow, we end up twisting reality into a movie supporting the validity of these stories. Guess what? They're not even true, apart from in our minds. Valuable recordings played their part in assisting us to recognize many of our stories, which we both believed were true. Listening to the recordings later in time, we continued to be reminded of the illusions we used to believe. Janine used to sometimes question her clarity around expression, so even when I'd insist that she was articulate and intuitive, she continued to doubt. As we listened to these recordings, Janine would have sworn she was listening to someone else when she heard her voice articulating expressions of clarity. She'd be so surprised to hear herself, and I would be amazed at her shock. I'd wonder when Janine was going to see what everyone else already saw. A number of months ago, I chose to passionately record my commitment to do everything necessary to wake up, including speaking all my thoughts and looking after my inner child. The dedication behind those words could be heard as we listened months later. Janine had often been a witness to my regular statements of certainty that I would definitely, without any doubt, do the work this time. Of course, she believed my passionate words for a while, until she realized nothing was changing and my words were empty promises. I was yet again in the throes of an old survival program which blinded me to the lies coming out of my mouth. Listening to that particular recording gave me the gift of having no more excuses to hide behind. I'd heard myself in the middle of using my words yet again to paint a picture which was destined to never happen. All I could do was admit what I'd been unable to previously acknowledge. I saw the lie and realized I had no more excuses. This is just one of many examples that enabled me to see I'd been treating consciousness as an intellectual game, which I'd mastered only on the surface. By living in my intellect, I had maintained my attachment to control in all circumstances until, that is, I met Janine.
My life has been a lie, I know, but no one knows except I do. I tell what doesn't matter much, while silence speaks of what's true. I hold inside the pain from that. Each day wakes up with me, expressed to all what's comfortable, so I can never see the lies I tell to me and you, and think the truth has spoken. The truth is that I know I lied. Next day when I've awoken, much conflict in my mind and heart that just won't go away, till I commit to tell my truth to me in every way. The thoughts in me I hide behind to cover up my truth. Inside appear as stories separating me from you. The lies I tell to me and you, and think the truth has spoken. The truth is that I know I lied. Next day when I've awoken, to live my life in harmony with all of life, now see.
In truth, not lies, is what I speak. Now live in peace with me.
In truth, not lies, is when I'm free
To live in peace with me. As I open up to self-honesty, I'm beginning to take power back from my stories, spending increasingly less time as the boy who cried wolf, and increasingly more time telling my truth. When we start to matter to ourselves, we treat our real thoughts and feelings as being valuable, mattering greatly. As we value ourselves, we look forward to telling our truth, as it frees up so much more space in our minds and hearts.
Until Len witnessed those recorded words, he continued believing stories, telling himself he was always right and in control. Until I witnessed my recorded words, I remained unable to fully accept the strength and clarity that were already part of my nature. So many things we think are happening, or hear being said, or see going on in front of our eyes are actually not true. We can't reiterate this point strongly enough. We'd swear black and blue that we're right about certain things, but so often we're only right in our minds, not in reality. There's a whole world going on around us which is neutral and innocent. When we're attached to stories, we become adamant about our being right and usually have the evidence to prove it. Where? In our stories. While stories lead the way, our five senses fall into line, supporting the illusion. This is no different to those amazing magicians who fool us with their incredible illusions. Our senses are convinced that people are being cut in half, disappearing and reappearing, changing costumes in an instant, all before our very eyes. Somewhere in our minds, we know it's an illusion, that the magician is simply working so fast that we're not able to recognize and see what's really going on. Our five senses and our stories keep us believing in that illusion and thinking that it's real. Instead of seeing the innocence of reality around us, we see a universe mirroring whatever we're attached to in our minds. We wear blinkers, able only to experience our stories rather than our truth. When the endless distractions of the world slow down, if we choose to let them go, we usually notice on some level deep inside we weren't at peace. The answer is not to then grab hold of those distractions again to cover up that stirring discomfort inside. Each time we do this, we keep ourselves separate from the true place of peace within. I don't know anything. I surrender. I thought I knew what living was about. I thought I fit in this crazy world. I thought I knew the truth of me. Let go was the call I thought I heard. Let go was the voice deep inside. But how to let go when my whole life I've been holding on, too scared to drop, too blind to see what was going on. I lost myself to life, you see. The patterns and needs that ran me away had me hide down deep and make another to lead the way, to take my truth away. And let go was the call I thought I heard. Yes, let go was that voice deep inside. But how to let go when my whole life I've been holding on, too scared to drop, too blind to see what was going on. Finding myself no longer about the other, standing tall in my the call I knew I heard. Let go is my voice deep inside. And now I let go in my whole life. No more holding on, 'cause I'm free to live. In the now I see that I'm free to be me. I remember being at a local shopping centre with Len. He'd withdrawn into his private world while I continued sharing thoughts passing through my mind. It was a common occurrence by now for me to expose private thoughts until my mind was empty. Len would analyse these thoughts with great fascination while secretly keeping his truth and feelings under wraps. As I started seeing through his defences, I'd wonder why he was hiding behind them. His responses would be along the lines of having no thoughts to share. In hindsight, we realised that earlier in our time together, I'd accepted these comments as Len's truth. Over time, I moved from trusting him to trusting myself, which saw me confronting him often. Each time I did, the cover of pretense that had seemingly served Len most of his life was rattled. He had a choice. Was he going to trust his mirror or his stories? While he felt safer in these stories, he knew on some level he was lying. Len felt more comfortable hiding his deeper truths behind a facade of control and indifference rather than risking jeopardizing the relationship with me. As we left the shopping centre, I asked him whether he was really serious about doing this work. This comment jolted him out of his private world into shock, where he lost control in public. He was beginning to realise that if he was going to start walking his talk, he would have to risk venturing out of his comfort zone. His public outburst shocked us both, especially Len. In disbelief and frustration, I reminded him and myself that I was simply sharing thoughts for my own healing. As we drove home, I wondered how to get through to this man and stop him taking things personally. The words that came out of my mouth stunned me, as I clearly saw the gift of the whole experience. "It's like you keep doing the same dance, Len. Why won't you just get it? I'm not attacking or judging you." The penny dropped as I realised the benefits of all that practice I'd been doing. This was about me, and I keep turning to the same channel to watch that same dance. My mind silent, I finally woke up to what I'd been doing. This is the true meaning of taking full responsibility for all our thoughts. Yes, Len was repeating the same words and behaviour while pleading ignorance to sharing his private thoughts, but it can never be about the other. I was hooking into an old story in my mind, which had me believing that I was responsible for Len's behaviour, while he continued to make me or his past the reason for him not showing up and sharing his thoughts. I would get caught in explaining and justifying my innocence. Couldn't he see I was on his side and not the enemy? Because I hadn't yet owned my own innocence fully, the mirror he provided reflected the tendency I had to compromise myself for the other person. In that powerful moment, I let go of guilt and taking any blame for Len's behaviour. I no longer had to stand by and watch him or anyone else dance. Len was responsible for his behaviour and certainly knew clearly what he had to do if he wanted to heal the wounds. The journey home to ourselves means we have to be the most important person in our life. As I began letting go of my attachments to Len and needing him to see my innocence, the focus turned to me instead of the world.
While I felt safer in these stories, on some level I knew I was lying. I was more comfortable hiding my deeper truths behind a facade of control and indifference rather than risking jeopardizing the relationship with Janine. As we left the shopping center, Janine asked me whether I really was serious about doing the work. This jolted me out of my private world, and I started screaming, losing control in public. The lid had finally been lifted on the pent-up anger I'd been carrying deep inside for years. To start walking the talk, I was beginning to realize I'd have to risk venturing out of my comfort zone. This public outburst shocked us both, especially me. I remember Janine reminding me that she was simply sharing thoughts for her own healing. For those of you thinking it's impossible to find presence in your lives, it's simply because of the stories to which you're attached. Presence never leaves us. We are the ones who leave the moment to jump into a story. It may sound like we speak from simplicity, but we know through personal experience and numerous hours with clients that it's not always easy. Some of our stories are tragic, terrifying, heartbreaking, lonely, and depressing. And yet always it's the attachment to a story that leaves us undone and renders us forgetful that we created that story in the first place.
Another perceived story filled with beliefs in the process of being healed.
No one came when I asked for help. No one moved toward my outstretched hand. No one looked at my desperate longing. No one cared enough to be there. I too joined their ranks, which made it all possible. On the night before Thanksgiving, the most important annual holiday for American families to get together, I, at age 19, was alone, feeling emotionally numb and naked inside. As the dawn of winter approached, I stood alone on the corner of an almost deserted New York City street. I had severed all ties to my family and now was prepared to defend myself in a world that took no prisoners. My arms folded tightly in front of my chest, I leaned against the side of a tall brick building, desperate and hopeful for anyone, to ask me for directions, or even to look in my direction so that I could be touched in any way by seemingly indifferent humanity. Standing paralyzed and nearly frozen in the bitter cold, I continued to wait in silence, hoping to be acknowledged. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore, so I returned to my dark, lonely room. Somehow, I needed to find a way to create warmth from those frozen feelings, which initially had drawn me to that desolate street corner. I hid under the covers once again to seek refuge and safety. I spent the night shivering, not only from the cold, but from the frozen feelings that numbed my every thought and movement until my exhausted body fell into a deep sleep. The next day, I awoke to Thanksgiving, feeling I had nothing for which I was thankful, as my life had reached a dead end. In desperation, I went to a nearby hospital to seek out someone with whom I could speak. Directed to the psychiatric unit, I was assigned to a doctor. Sitting behind a large desk which seemed like some kind of fortress that would apparently give him a safe distance from me or anyone else, he listened to me and responded with empty words. Whatever he said demonstrated a lack of understanding and, more importantly, an apparent indifference that was palpable. His presence served as a mirror to further reflect how lonely and isolated I had become from the world and mostly from myself. I was now living on the ledge, hanging from my fingertips, not sure whether to hold on or let go. I was moved to feel and act in such a self-destructive way by thoughts that had become stories to which I became more and more attached, strongly believing they were true. This behavior is not unusual, as we now know that it's through our thoughts and an attachment to stories that it originates. Those cold November days and nights became the ashes from which I slowly picked myself up and began to resurrect a life that had lost meaning and direction. Today I'm thankful for those painful times, because that suffering motivated me to find another way. Though the journey was long and hard, I still chose life rather than death. The universe always rearranges itself to accommodate our perception of reality, meeting us at the place where our strongest beliefs reside. It becomes clear that the world is simply a mirror reflecting our experiences back to us through our senses. A good example of this perception is the black specks known as floaters, which sometimes appear in our vision. It might seem these floaters are directly in front of us, so we can reach out and touch them. However, they originate from within, and until we address the source as being inside us, the illusion of specks before our eyes continues.
We become attached to so many stories about all sorts of circumstances, people, objects, events, feelings, and the list goes on. We've been living in most of these stories for almost a lifetime, so until we practice otherwise, we're not even aware of their existence, let alone their power over us. No matter how big or small, whether it's an illness or a strange look from someone at the bus stop, we seem obsessed with living in our stories. The ultimate story hook to let go of is the hook of our bodies. How do we let go of attachment to our body? Are we talking about death? Yes. Once we're able to let go of attachment to this body, what's left to fear? When our fear of death is released, the fear of and in life falls away. We're then no longer affected by the world, as there's no need to protect the attachment to our bodies. Our worth is inherent within and not dependent on the circumstances around us.
Look at the fear stories in relation to our bodies. Just tune in to the media and news channels to assess those stories to which we're drawn. Eat the right foods, take the right medications, get onto those vitamins, stay fit, don't get sick, watch what you ingest, alcohol in moderation, drink more water, become vegetarian, detoxify regularly, and so forth. What next? Imagine letting go of attachment to this body while living. That gets you thinking. Would we still experience fear, pain, suffering, anxiety, depression, and so on? Well, we might, but we'd be unaffected. Without attachment to stories, the body wouldn't be given any attention apart from the simple awareness of its existence. Without stories, it just wouldn't matter. Thoughts and stories may pass through our minds, but we'd be unaffected and at peace in the moment. Neither of us is even close to being in this place, but our journey continues in that direction. We'll let you know, or we'll see you there. Don't forget, time has no effect in this place, so no one is ahead or behind the other. There is only one of us.
Thoughts and stories in my mind, attached to believe I am. Those thoughts become the stories told that live and breathe in me. The world is only my reflection, makes life seem real, gives it direction, comes down to mindless thoughts and stories. Now know the world lives inside me. These thoughts no longer who I am, no more pretending world's real again. It's all because what's in my head, these thoughts and stories, it's time reflection, makes life seem real, gives it direction, comes down to mindless thoughts and stories. Now know the world lives inside me. They're all made up for me to see, can change them when choose to be free. Since in the end, what does it matter? Just thoughts and stories told by me. The world is only my reflection, makes life seem real, gives it direction, comes down to mindless thoughts and stories. And I know the world lives inside me. End of stories, now I'm free. End of stories, waking up to me.
Chapter 4. Virtual Reality. Do I need to be right or know my truth and be free? My life's been full of stories told through my busy mind. Thoughts fuel them with meaning, virtual reality keeping me blind until I woke up.
Just think about this for a moment. When did you last go to the cinema and see a movie you really enjoyed? Remember finding yourself in that story with those characters? It's so easy to forget we're watching a movie when the story takes over and the characters become real. Before we know it, we're caught up in the drama with our five senses telling us this is really happening. An action thriller causes our heart to race. A cleverly made horror movie creates nightmares and fear of the dark. We forget who we are as the movie becomes all-consuming. In this case, it's harmless because we chose to enter that cinema for the treat of escapism and entertainment. We let go of the stories of our lives and get comfortable over a soft drink and a bucket of popcorn. As the movie ends and the credits roll, we shift back into the seeming reality of our world. There are usually no credits in our lives, and the stories in our minds may never end. The statements we mention in the preface, such as, "I'm not good enough," and "I always sabotage myself," are themes that seem to crop up in our lives until our stories are healed. We can also see the projector as our mind, the movie playing as our story, and the screen on which the movie is projected as the mirror or the world. Therefore, whatever we are seeing on the screen is simply the story we've created being mirrored back to us. Our survival wounds are frequently the seeds from which our storylines are sown. We go through life completely unaware of self-made movies in which we're starring, believing they're happening to us, oblivious to the fact we're creating the whole movie in the first place. As Eckhart Tolle says, situations don't make you unhappy. They may cause you physical pain, but they don't make you unhappy. Your thoughts make you unhappy. Your interpretation, the stories you tell yourself, make you unhappy. Close quote. Yes, it's hard to believe, but in no way is it ever the other person's responsibility. Once you let go of the story of being right, or the story of thinking you know better, or the story of there being exceptions to this rule, or indeed any argument putting responsibility outside yourself, you are here now, without any need to defend yourself. Welcome to the true meaning of freedom. Imagine for a moment an enormous building filled with many separate rooms. This is a virtual reality building designed for you to wake up to the reality of life. As you walk into this amazing building, your essence is immediately registered and you're directed to the orientation room. You enter this room where you hear a voice explaining that this is your building, designed to open your eyes, mind, and heart. You entered at your own risk and are welcome to stay or to leave. If you stay, you are guaranteed to leave as a very different person. The risk is that you will no longer be identified with your old, limited self. In consciousness, this experience is a gift. When it comes to comfort, though, be ready for a big shock, as your whole self-identity is about to be shaken up and stirred all at the same time. The orientation explains that there are many levels in this building, each housing hundreds of rooms. Every person that has ever and will ever mean anything to you has a room dedicated to them. As you enter each room, you're given the experience of life through that person's filters. A large screen shows you exactly how that person sees their world. The room itself enables you to fully feel life according to that particular person, even the thoughts running through their mind. Be warned, you will even get to see how they see you. Now that could be a real shock. On another level of this building is life according to you. On this floor, each room represents every story to which you've ever been attached. Hanging on the door of the first story room you enter is a pair of 4-dimensional glasses designed to wash clean all filters and attachments. Take these glasses with you and hold them close as you give yourself the gift of clear vision every time you put them on. Each room will be instantly recognizable to you, filled with old familiar stories ranging from the happy and exciting to the sad, tragic, and depressing. Immerse yourself, you're told, because once reminded of the experience of these memories, you will have the option to place those glasses on and experience the innocent, neutral reality of every one of those stories. This could be a very different reality to that which you first perceived. Do you say yes to the light shining on your true essence and continue further on the journey into the rooms of this virtual reality building? Do you begin to let go of identification with the old, limited self? Or are you going to turn and walk away from this unique opportunity to see beyond the illusion? Well, you have this book in your hand, so our guess is maybe a resounding yes to the path of self-love. As you head into whichever room you're drawn, remember no guide is needed as you now practice trusting yourself. Over and over again, you witness yourself as seen by others and life according to them. Hardly any of it matches your version. Even your best friend sees you in a very different light than how you see yourself. More often than not, you discover that people think more highly of you than you think of yourself. The same goes for your discoveries about others. You might have thought your friend was confident and genuine, but through their filters, you get to see they suffer and do their best to cope in life by covering up their frailties with an appearance of certainty. As you head to the next level, already feeling like you've circled the world 10 times over, you're wondering how much more there could possibly be. You're noticing a rapidly growing softness in your heart towards the people in your life. How could you have possibly judged others when you've now experienced life through their filters? Everyone really is doing the best they possibly can. The meaning of non-separation starts to seep through the cells of your being as you reach your personal level or story of rooms. On this level, You enter any story that's ever had meaning for you. Relationships, arguments, a walk with a friend, intimacy, restaurants, holidays, the loss of a special person or pet, and the list goes on. You've come this far, so you decide to enter the first room that beckons. You remember the advice of keeping the 4D glasses close at hand. You walk into an argument with your partner. You remember that argument being so fiery that you felt totally unheard and upset. As you watch it play out on the screen, you experience those awful feelings all over again, tears welling in your eyes and thoughts of anger and hatred. You feel the need to just escape from this room, and then you remember the glasses in your sweaty hand. As you focus through those lenses, it's as if a heavy blanket lifts from the whole scene. All of a sudden, you find it impossible to keep your hold on the story. For a moment, you lose balance as your whole world seems to turn upside down and inside out. Where did those familiar feelings go? The thoughts that had meant so much suddenly seem insignificant and petty. The suffering, the insecurity where you'd been drowning are no longer anywhere to be found. This is only one half of the shock. As you look at your partner and see the truth, you realize they were feeling exactly the same as you. Unheard, upset, angry, intense hatred, all for the same reasons. Your partner wanted to be accepted and was suffering in the same way you'd been. As you see and feel this argument through clear eyes, you begin to feel an overwhelming compassion for both yourself and your partner. When consciousness is the backdrop for life, we no longer feel separate from others because we have let go of the stories and all those reactions necessary to keep them alive. The wind is literally knocked out of your sails when leaving that room and taking those glasses away from your wet eyes. You remember feeling so self-righteous after that argument and telling a close friend about your partner's coldness and lack of understanding. Now, you can't even remember the reasons driving those emotions. All you feel is love and compassion. The fascinating thing is that this love seems to be primarily for yourself, and then it overflows to your partner. What could possibly follow this, you think, as you look at the sign on the next door that reads, "Death of a loved one"? You already feel thoughts ticking over in your mind, rapidly forming into a neat little story, emotions stirring, and 4D glasses in hand. Entering this room, heaviness encapsulates you. Familiar faces on the screen remind you of deeply felt emotions of grief and loss, accompanied by stories laced with guilt, hopelessness, and emptiness. There are also stories consisting of happy, positive memories in relation to the loved one who just passed away. In this room, it's difficult to access those feelings. The space closes in as your movements become awkward and helplessness overwhelms you. Death feels so final, and there seems to be no hope in these painful moments. You remember the glasses and wonder how anything could possibly look any different in the center of such despair. Light fills the room as you put the glasses on. Again, the story becomes almost impossible to identify with. You lose sense of direction as gravity seems to have shifted your center. How on earth is pain replaced by feelings of peace and joy when someone who meant so much has passed away? How can this be when you're never going to see them again? Where's the joy in that? Well, there's no joy as such. But there seems to be a whole different reality prevailing in this room now. You do your best to understand, but the confusion in your mind makes it difficult to figure out. As you let go of trying so hard, this new reality unfolds naturally. This is what some cultures mean when they talk about death being a celebration. Yet, through this lens, even celebrating death, you realize, is yet another story. What's happening? Why don't you feel the sadness and the devastation anymore? Where has it gone? There's a knowing now stirring within, as you realize it disappeared along with the story. When we allow our feelings to be felt and flow through us without attachment to the story, we remain clear. As you look at those familiar faces, experiencing varying degrees of emotion, the love and compassion that had graced you earlier returns. There's sadness, of course, over no longer seeing your loved one in the same form, but you feel a new understanding opening up within. We continue our own suffering by replaying old stories in our minds, like memories, based on thoughts of the person who has departed. Did we do enough? Could we have done more? What if we'd done things differently? Did they suffer? All such thoughts keep our suffering replaying. Our focus stays glued to the story rather than open to reality. The truth is, we're all born into this world, and the one surety is that we'll all be leaving at some time. You feel a need to scream and free the emotions sitting deep inside, yearning to be expressed. You're surprised to hear and feel a roar of emotion spontaneously escape from your lips as you realize how good it feels to just let go. The freedom of expression exposes your thoughts and emotions without judgment or interpretation. A space is created for pure presence so that you rest in the now, no longer affected by stories, versions of reality that came from your conditioning. In this space, thoughts and feelings flow easily and naturally through you. You express openly with healthy discernment as you're now centered in your true nature. The inner child and inner adult are balanced and in the moment. When those thoughts and feelings are suppressed, stories take over and keep us lodged in the past, for example, depression, and future, for example, anxiety, unable to be spontaneous in the moment. In this room, you get a good dose of how it feels to let go of a previously tragic story by emptying yourself of deeply felt emotions and painful thoughts. You realize stories can be gifts, as they allow buried emotions to be carried to the surface. You feel that you've been on an emotional roller coaster, but now your whole body and mind are rejuvenated and open. You're reminded of how certain cultures encourage the full expression of emotion when saying farewell to a loved one. Wailing, screaming, rocking furiously, highly expressive singing and dancing are shared among close-knit communities with no holding back. When nothing is suppressed, grief is allowed to be fully felt as attachments are released. The 4D glasses, you realize, allow you to experience the spectrum of feelings that define being human. By lifting the lid that was covering up your truth, you're able to be your whole self and feel the true meaning of freedom. While you'd been seemingly living your life, a completely different reality coloured with richness and clarity lay waiting for you to arrive. Why had you not been aware of any of this before? Stories had been programmed for you to view life through filters that had been in place long ago. These glasses gave you the experience of feeling taller, lighter, and so much more open and centered. Those stories you'd believed for so long caused you to feel small and disempowered. From this new vantage point, you now feel powerful, as if nothing and no one had any authority to affect you any more. As you journey into and out of many different rooms, you sense the time to leave this building is imminent. The message becomes clear as you hear a booming voice echo the words, "Now is the time. It is now your responsibility to see through every story that once controlled your reality. Remember, you are more important than those stories." As you're reminded to return the glasses, there's no fear of being lost without them. In fact, you feel like you've discovered the truth of the person you really are. Exiting the virtual reality building, you leave behind a world of perceptions you now know were simply beliefs and opinions that were not at all real. They were stories you used to believe were real. Those glasses allowed you to see through your real eyes and realize life beyond the ego. How will life now look and feel? You've almost forgotten who you once were, and the taste of freedom is fast becoming a reality.
What did I see in the mirror looking back at me? My reflection only, or a story told many times by me? Living now while looking at my reflection looking back at me. And in that familiar story, I'm stuck in staring at me. This crossroads of my life is staring back at me. I can be in the now or lost in the story that's me. I choose to be free, so there are no stories about me. In this moment, breathe with awareness and know the truth that is me. In this moment, breathe with awareness and know the truth that is me. Yes, it's me.
Our lives are a series of stories with which we identify. The paradox is that we act them out as if we have little or nothing to do with their creation. However, we're the perpetrators of these sometimes intensely painful stories. We lead the charge of whether our lives are experienced as easy, difficult, or even destructive to our well-being. These stories are the ledges from which we refuse to let go as we attempt to ensure our perceived survival. No matter how smart, accomplished, and experienced, it's easy to find ourselves in confusion whilst acting out in ways that don't serve us. Simply recognizing and understanding, unfortunately, doesn't make a major difference in changing our behavior. It's certainly a start. However, you're about to be presented with the means for actually freeing yourselves and making that difference.
Chapter 5. Blueprint for Self-Love. To be at peace, we must first learn to love ourselves. I am that flower, searching for another to share my essence with the one who is waiting, me.
Yes, It's time to share the blueprint for self-love, your compass that allows focus and freedom on the journey home to you. As you're now aware, without this compass of clear understanding, there will be countless obstacles to distract and take you off the path into darkness, like pain, suffering, confusion, misery, anger, anxiety, depression, and insecurity, where it becomes literally impossible to see the truth of who you are and what's really happening. We're unable to see clearly when we veer off the path because we've stepped into the shadow. If we haven't begun the healing process of owning our shadow, we remain unaware of the power we've given to stories that just aren't real. We become oblivious to the need we have to control our world through these stories, while giving the people in our lives all sorts of attributes of which they're completely unaware. The world is innocent until we step into unconsciousness by embellishing it with our stories. We trust you've read the previous chapters and therefore recognize that these obstacles, our shadow, all stem from one source, survival and its effects. If we grew up in a conscious world, we'd simply recognize the characteristics of our shadow, accepting that it's a natural part of us, but doesn't define us. Just as nature is made up of polarities, so are we. When we live with awareness, we keep our power within our center because we're in balance. No one part of our being runs the rest of us. All aspects are balanced and at peace. As soon as we believe and identify with thoughts, we give them the power to grow into stories. We lose touch with our center and live in those stories rather than the now. Another way to view this is that the shadow takes over, so we're no longer able to see clearly. We're lost in the forest, dwarfed by menacing trees, all playing parts in our stories, while we've forgotten we're creating the whole thing. We're bigger than our shadow, which is only a part of us. The scripts of our stories keep us believing in the smallness and powerlessness. This is the definition of unconsciousness, where most of us, including our ancestors, learned to live. It's no one's fault. There's no one to blame. It's just the way it is, until we recognize we are the ones that can begin to search for ways to make the difference in our lives. If the world in which we grew up was conscious, it would be natural for us to instinctively know the blueprint. We wouldn't have to learn it because we'd be living it, connected to our center in the moment, knowing our worth and seeing it reflected in the world. As an adult, our inner child would be safe and comfortable, not turning to anyone or anything else to get its needs met. We wouldn't have to wake up, as we'd already be home in self-love. Survival would have occurred in a natural way, which we call positive survival, or growing up with the knowledge that I'm okay exactly as I am. However, it's rare in this world for a child to be born into a conscious environment. Hence, we require a tool such as the blueprint to guide us home.
To be ready to receive the blueprint, we must be open and aware of the necessary process of washing ourselves clean of attachments to stories. As the final step before sharing the blueprint with you, we offer one last journey through the story of unconsciousness. We arrive into this world helpless and unable to look after ourselves. Primary caregivers took care of us while we learned how to physically survive. At the same time, we unconsciously absorbed emotional, verbal, and spiritual messages around life. Unbeknownst to us, we identified with them. As we grew up, these messages became intertwined with our physical survival or the ways in which we learned to manage life. Any negative messages we absorbed, through the child's filter that is, all essentially boil down to, I'm not okay. Whenever stories related to this message are triggered in some way, the same symptoms of life or death, fight, flight, freeze, are activated. We sometimes feel like we're about to die when one of these programs, which is thought leading to story, is set off. Instantly, we go into unconscious mode and find a way to escape the situation. This could be a simple scenario such as spontaneously bumping into a friend at the local shops when you're not in the mood to talk, or an innocent comment made by someone which you interpret as an attack, or sneaking into the kitchen late at night to secretly indulge in some sweet treat. We find ourselves in shadow territory, trapped in the dark, ready to run and hide, afraid of being confronted, heart racing, palms sweating, and feeling out of control. The story running in our head has become our reality, and we've forgotten that we're doing it all to ourselves.
What to do? The child part of us doesn't know that he or she is already okay. The adult part, which exists in all of us, does know the child has always been innocent, doing the best they knew how. For change to occur, we have to heal the shadow which is made up of all those beliefs linked to not being okay. It's this inner child which instantly goes into fear when the shadow looms large. The child has loads of stories about that shadow and therefore feels powerless, fearing the worst and causing those symptoms we've mentioned to instantly arise. As we tap into the adult within, we know that in life the shadow is necessary. If there were no shadow, we couldn't see the light. The adult part knows it can't affect us when it's simply a dark version of air, an illusion of reality. How could a shadow hurt us unless we reinforce it with a story we believe is true about that shadow?
As the inner child begins to trust the inner adult, those shadow stories fade and lose their power. The inner child turns to the inner adult when words such as the following are expressed sincerely, genuinely felt, consistently practiced, and followed through with. I am with you. I will never leave you. You are the most important one in my life. You are perfect as you are. Balance is occurring, and the fear of that shadow is falling away. More space is freed up in our minds and hearts as we notice we're becoming less reactive to life and more able to express our truth. The healthy qualities of the child and adult are flowing and experienced naturally. From this place, we're ready and able to live the blueprint for self-love, offering ourselves the gifts of true peace and freedom.
If you get what you want in your struggle for self, and the world makes you king or queen for a day, then go to that mirror and look at yourself and see what that one has to say.
For it isn't your mother, your father, your friend, your lover, your husband or wife. The one whose verdict counts most in your life is the you staring back from the glass. You're the one you must please, never mind all the rest, for you're with you clear up to the end. And you've passed your most dangerous, difficult tests, when the one in the glass is your friend. You can fool the whole world down the pathway of years and get pats on the back as you pass, but your final reward will be heartache and tears if you cheated the one in the glass. But your final reward will be heartache and tears. So learn to love the one in the glass. Blueprint for self-love. Living in our stories is the only suffering.
The blueprint for self-love consists of the key, taking full responsibility for all our actions and reactions. This results in the following: A. Paying active attention to all responses in our body. B. Always telling our full truth to ourselves and our truth partner. Discernment required in the world. C. Taking care of ourselves first. When we practice the blueprint for self-love, 1. We keep our personal power and no longer have to be a victim. 2. We're in the process of trusting ourselves. We are self-referred rather than other-referred. Our decisions are based on what works for us rather than what we think others expect. This is practicing self-love. 3. We experience more positive feelings and outcomes, leading to peace and freedom. The space opens up for opportunities, possibilities, and choices. Over time, we experience self-worth and self-acceptance, which results in a life that works for us.
The degree to which we don't practice the blueprint for self-love may result in the following. 1. Hate and rejection of self. 2. The contraction of our body as we begin to shut down. When we don't accept ourselves, we believe someone else knows more about what's right or best for us. We give our power away to them. 3. The projection of our shadow onto the other person, object, idea, or event results when we give our power away. We do this because of the need for an attachment to the other. This could be due to wanting acceptance, love, acknowledgement, specialness, etc., all known as issues of survival. Deep down, we're usually angry at ourselves for not telling our truth in the first place and not taking care of ourselves first. The moment we turn to the other to feel okay, we've given them the power to affect us. Often, we'll pretend we're fine on the surface. Underneath, we resent and blame the other for being the cause of our feelings. The reality is that no one and nothing causes us to feel the way we do, unless, of course, we're a dependent child or mental impairment is involved. We were the perpetrators the whole time, transferring our negative feelings onto the other. We believed our thoughts, which led to accepting our stories as real. Blame, shame, jealousy, anger, resentment, envy, helplessness, and hopelessness are potential results. 4. The final result is potential destructive behavior if we don't take full responsibility for our lives. The consequences are usually some degree of pain and suffering because we're not dealing with our childhood wounds, the core issues of our lives. The pain and suffering frequently become covered over with forms of numbing such as addictions, for instance, alcohol, drugs, gambling, sex, work. Habitual, routine living, masking attachments to control while deep down the person actually feels out of control. Overeating, anger, issues, anxiety, depression, and finally at its most extreme, possible suicide or even murder. We cover up with all sorts of masks that create the illusion of safety within us, but in truth, we know on some level something is not quite right, and we're not at peace.
Taking full responsibility for our lives. It's never about the other, No exceptions, no excuses. To take full responsibility for our lives is the only key that unlocks the door to our real home. When we find our true home, we experience peace and are no longer affected by anyone or anything in the world. Taking full responsibility for our lives means no matter what happens out there, we're responsible for how we choose to interpret and experience it. It's difficult to grasp, but once we do, we set ourselves free. Sure, there are times we'd swear the other causes our pain or suffering. It seems completely justified that we're innocent. How dare they treat us that way? We can always find plenty of witnesses, including friends, to support us, and we have all the evidence to prove the other's guilt. The key to taking full responsibility for our lives applies without exception. Yes, no exceptions. We hear you objecting to the last comment with examples of justified exceptions. If we're committed to walking the journey home, blueprint in hand, we must practice self-love, and taking full responsibility by letting go of all those attachments is the key.
As you now know, it's always the attachment to stories that causes our suffering. When we give our power to another through stories, we also give them the responsibility of determining our feelings. So, if it seems that someone has made us incredibly angry, we use our story to justify our continuing anger. It certainly looks like the other person causes our anger. For example, we may be thinking, if they hadn't upset me, I wouldn't be feeling so angry. Stop right there. Have you heard the phrase, if you spot it, you've got it? No one ever causes the reaction in us. If we didn't already have that anger, hurt, or upset sitting inside, usually deep inside, it would be impossible for us to be feeling it now. It just wouldn't be there to be felt. It's those old stories or beliefs or programs that cause the feelings to remain buried inside and rear their ugly heads whenever the stories are triggered. If that anger wasn't present in the first place, sure, the event may still be occurring, but there would be no deep emotion or reaction in us to be hooked or triggered by it. That person may be behaving badly, but we'd simply notice it, possibly make some comment, but most importantly, recognize they are responsible for their behavior and it has no reflection on us in any way.
On an unconscious level, we associate our identity and self-worth with the stories that feed the wounds, no matter how painful. We then continue to attract experiences of the same flavor to give ourselves those familiar reassurances learned in childhood. Even when this has painful consequences, the wounds attract stories that match, and we just go along with life, thinking there must be something wrong with me as I'm just not okay. Our inner knowing is always doing its best to lead us towards healing and wholeness. So wounds festering deep inside continue to be brought to our attention in some way, with the hope that we move towards healing. Not unlike the shoplifter who keeps going back for more to steal and wonders why greater risks are taken each time when she doesn't even need what she's stealing. There's a knowing somewhere deep inside that she actually wants to get caught. Otherwise, the addiction continues and the cry for help simply grows louder. Either way, we hopefully eventually realize there's something we can do about the pain we carry deep inside. Once the person shoplifting recognizes what was underneath the drive, hunger and thirst to steal, she can begin to heal those wounds. It was more likely to have been love, acceptance, support and acknowledgement that she wanted and needed. Healing is certainly on the way when we ask ourselves, what's really going on inside? This is what taking full responsibility for our lives is all about.
The world is our mirror, innocently reflecting what's going on inside us. When we're ready to heal, this knowing is such a gift as we use the mirrors of the world to monitor where we're at. As soon as we're in reaction, guess what? We believe the story in our minds due to a childhood wound needing healing. We forget we're in charge, not the story. Once we trust this fact, we know it's never about the other, and we're ready to walk the journey home. The world is truly our reflection. Not taking full responsibility is like pulling the trigger of a gun and blaming either the gun or the bullet for the damage caused. The person aiming that gun and pulling the trigger is the responsible one. The gun and bullet are neutral and innocent.
The world's mirror, people, places, objects, reflects exactly that which is going on in our minds. We have a choice every moment as to how we interpret what we see in the mirror. This becomes a problem when we make the mirror, the other, more important and real than ourselves. The mirror reflects both our shadow and the light. The choice of interpretation is ours to make. When we focus on and believe the shadow to be real, we hook unhealed childhood wounds into screaming stories of smallness. Or we can see through those shadow movies for what they really are, simply stories. They were once true for us a long time ago in childhood. As adults, we no longer need to feed them, though for a time the mirror may reflect residue of those stories in the guise of the shadow. As we practice looking after the inner child and letting go of attachments to stories, we allow the mirror to no longer affect us. In this place, we can simply appreciate the reflections of the universe, knowing we are both not separate and no longer attached.
To let go of these attachments means letting go of whatever we believe gives our lives meaning. It could be a house, a new car, our job, relationship, religion, pet, or indeed anything. This book ventures into territory that may not be welcomed by the world, as everything the world stands for is being questioned. We were once attached to the world, but now progressively experience space opening up to life lived in presence, with our center as the reference point. When we take full responsibility for our lives, rather than blame or give credit to the world's mirror for our feelings and stories, we recognize that what we see out there is simply an indication of what's going on inside us. We become accountable to ourselves, thereby allowing healing to occur within us. Be thankful, as this is empowering.
As human beings, it's necessary to allow the spectrum of our feelings to be experienced and expressed. Without attachment to stories, we're able to journey feelings, let them go, and accept that we're the creators of our reality. It's all about us, and we're not victims in any way, unless we have a story to which we're attached like Velcro. When we take full responsibility, we can let go of our stories and the need to look outside to blame another or use them to make ourselves feel better. Our feelings belong to only us, and until we let ourselves feel and acknowledge them, they remain suppressed inside stories. As old stories are released, often new stories of positivity, happiness, peace, and joy replace them. Ultimately, as true forgiveness occurs, we let go of the attachment to all stories, whether tragic or joyous, happy or sad, as we now recognize that we're most comfortable at home in presence. When fully at home in ourselves, we're no longer in need of attaching to any stories, even the story of forgiveness. Until we accept our whole self, including all our feelings, without having to do anything to prove ourselves to another, we will never find peace inside as the human being who we are. This is the true meaning of letting go.
I am a human being, not a human doing. Like you, I have a mind and heart that thinks and feels. The problem is I'm not okay by only being. That's why I cannot keep but always doing.
I make mistakes which show me I'm not perfect. Looking in the mirror reflecting me, that says if I could only be different, no longer would I criticize me. I am a human being, not a human doing. Like you, I have a mind and heart that thinks and feels. The problem is I'm not okay by only being. That's why I cannot keep but always doing.
The truth is I am a human being, and nothing will change reality. No matter how much I keep on doing, the truth is I'm perfect as I am. I am a human being, not a human doing. Like you, I have a mind and heart that thinks and feels. No matter how much I keep on doing, the truth is I'm perfect as I am.
Our journey together has been incredibly intense, and we're now at the point of seeing the perfection of the universe's orchestration for both of us. We'd asked for whatever was in the way of our peace to be healed. This is exactly what we received and continue to receive through our commitment to this process. We each are a clear mirror for the other to see our truth reflected. Beliefs centering on not being good enough were journeyed fully until we were both able to recognize through the other's mirroring that we were the perpetrators, feeding our own beliefs. We'd been reliving over and over again, both in different ways, old patterns that certainly only served to keep us small. Together, we've worked intensely to wake up to what we'd been doing to ourselves.
As we practice to differing degrees, sharing our thoughts as they arise, we begin to feel that my truth actually matters. We've also been able to recognize many of our thoughts don't have the power we'd been giving them. Because I, unlike Janine, so often hid my thoughts, I experienced being hijacked by stories over and over again, which served only to reinforce my old belief from childhood that I wasn't good enough. My verbal and body language would reveal the child in me, feeling powerless, guilty, defensive, and desperate to cover up my secret world, until my inner child turned to the adult in me rather than deferring to Janine or the world. I couldn't possibly know I mattered and was worthy. The contrast between our experiences on this path continues to show us how effective and necessary it is to expose those stories. I see Janine becoming more spacious and open as she shares all thoughts related to freeing her mind. While I continue to struggle with the process, I'm reminded of the importance of this step in owning my whole being. Anything we deny or hide simply keeps us bound to smallness. As Janine experiences more balance occurring within, she's noticing the practice is becoming a way of life. I know that until I take full responsibility for speaking my truth and taking care of my inner child, I keep true peace and freedom at a safe distance. Once we trust the universe and let go of judgments and stories, the process unfolds in the most gentlest of ways for us all.
A. Pay active attention to responses in your body. Simplicity is the key. Our body is a barometer that measures how we feel. We often know deep inside when we're constricted with stress and tension. For many, it's the belly and lower back that's the venue of tightness and unease. For others, it's the shoulders and neck area that contracts through belief in stories, usually happening unconsciously. Many ailments and illnesses have actually been proven to be psychosomatic, related to the mind. Yes, we know, and are sure you do by now, that it's not as easy as saying, it's all in your mind, so just deal with it. It is quite likely, though, that those ailments are a product of our thoughts, to which the power of the placebo effect will attest. Those thoughts, of course, become the stories in our minds, which often lead to ailments in our bodies. Pay close attention to what the body is telling you. The body is a reflection of our mind and the best, most reliable biofeedback system we have. Emotions are the body's expressions of our thoughts. The body is an innocent and honest organism, unlike our mind, which can be deceptive and dishonest, especially when in the throes of survival stories. We know how we feel by monitoring our body's responses. As we start to harmonize with this personal barometer, we become practiced at interpreting the signals being sent to us. The subconscious mind uses dreams to send messages to assist in our healing. The body is also a transmitting device, letting us know what's happening in our minds as long as we pay attention. What's the point of going directly to the mind to find answers when it's the source of the problem? When we look to the mind for answers, we go to the part of us that, if unhealed, is likely to be supporting survival programs.
By looking to our body's responses, we can become clear on the ways we haven't yet taken care of ourselves. By practicing the techniques in this book, you're likely to reach a place where you stop compromising your peace of mind and well-being. When we continuously ignore the body's messages, we become out of touch with the simplicity of its communication. Often, we're left with no choice but medical intervention. The language of the body is contraction and expansion. When in contraction or constriction, we're in resistance, reactions, and a state of disease. In expansion, we're at peace, experiencing well-being. Be honest with yourselves and tune into one of your greatest allies, the body, which always communicates directly with you. When the body experiences contraction, such as shallow breathing, pain, or tightness, this may indicate you're not at ease. There's likely to be some story going on in your mind which you've believed and bought into. The space in our mind then becomes filled with details of that story. The body does its job mirroring the beliefs swimming around in the depths of the mind, resulting in stress and tension. In many cases, these beliefs are buried so deeply we're not aware of what we're doing to ourselves. This affects people in different ways, but ultimately, the cause of the problem is the same. Therefore, when we deal with the cause by healing beliefs, rather than just the symptoms, bodily contraction in some form, we can usually expect and experience positive shifts. If we were fortunate enough to grow up in a conscious environment, our body and mind would be in clear communication in the flow of oneness, because we'd be living in the moment and taking care of ourselves first. We'd naturally be tuned into our body's responses and hear the answers from within. With no attachment to stories, our minds would be clear and therefore the space open and available to connect to our truth, trusting ourselves. Consciousness means waking up to the realization that we create our reality, and the power to determine how we feel is always in our hands.
We couldn't miss the perfection of what we were continuously being shown by the universe, or said more accurately, what we were showing ourselves. The more we get ourselves out of the way by not trying to control any part of this process, the more the universe reflects our true selves. There is no universe separate from us. The universe is who we are. We create every single thing we experience, without exception.
Another perceived story filled with beliefs in the process of being healed.
I long to hold the one who hides behind the thought that insists I'm not okay. I am that rose, whose fragrance moves beyond limitation. Having been short-sighted since the age of 15, over the last couple of years, I've experimented with the possibilities of strengthening my eyesight through lessening the dependency on contact lenses and glasses. I've been aware of my sight continuing to improve as I experience more frequent and longer-lasting flashes of perfect vision. Recognizing the problem can only be in my mind, I took the opportunity to do some work together with a fellow colleague, also fascinated by the mind's ability to heal the body. After all, the problem began in the mind in the first place. As usual, Len and I started our day with conversations centered on thoughts related to consciousness. I'd woken up feeling fine, looking forward to the session with this colleague, hoping my eyesight would benefit, while doing my best to not be attached to the outcome. When Len said he felt something powerful would come out of the session, I noticed some pressure for results, causing a mild reaction in my belly. I shared this with Len and reminded my inner child that she was safe and loved without any conditions. The unsettled feeling released, all seeming to be in its natural flow, until I noticed about an hour later an intense stabbing pain in my stomach. I'd never experienced such pain before, which of course sent pangs of fear through my body due to thoughts of concern appearing in my mind, threatening to hook me into stories. Even prior to my appendix being removed, the pain wasn't this intense. As it increased, I felt nauseous and was unable to walk without doubling over. Finally, I surrendered fighting it and reluctantly lay down on the hallway floor. Len suggested postponing the session as he also noticed a story taking hold in his mind. Should he be rushing me to hospital? Even while in the throes of intense pain, I insisted on trusting this process and listening to my body rather than the story. On some level, I sensed that the body was simply doing its job of communicating loyally what was going on in the deeper recesses of my mind. As I vigilantly reassured the inner child I would never leave her, I hoped my body was simply reflecting resistance to the session, deep in the memory banks of my mind. I felt an exhaustion that had me wanting to just go to sleep, if only to escape this pain. Insisting on driving, I figured that this would be the only way I could stay awake and be present with exactly what was happening. I kept reminding myself that pain is just a sensation when we have no story about it. The thoughts triggered throughout this whole experience were all coming up to be released as I forced myself to speak them to Len. Though I felt like staying still and silent to avoid aggravating the pain, I knew the importance of getting those thoughts out so they wouldn't fuel stories. I made it known that I didn't want to be seen as a victim or a hypochondriac, having been used to positivity and always seeing that silver lining. For me to admit that I was in pain didn't come naturally. but I knew that honesty meant expressing everything being felt. I noticed thoughts of fear surface about whether we should be driving to the hospital rather than to a session on improving eyesight. Through it all, though, there was a knowing that something deep was about to shift. When committed to this process, we create opportunities for healings, appearing sometimes to be truly miraculous. By the middle of the session, the pain had gone completely. Trust had enabled me to show up that morning and have it confirmed that my body was simply communicating loudly and clearly the subconscious happenings in my mind. The inner adult was fully present to reassure the inner child that she was safe and loved. I paid active attention to my body's responses while embracing the process. I could have turned to a medical professional or a drug, which many do when in physical distress. However, if we look to our minds rather than a solution outside, we can give ourselves the opportunity to experience a more lasting answer to whatever ails us. Even through deeply intense physical pain, when the focus is on waking up, the universe uses everything to show us how we've been limiting the essence of who we truly are. We don't realize how powerful we actually are. If we only knew, we'd stop playing small and start embracing our bigness. When fear was triggered, I knew there must have already been fear inside me, as it's impossible that it could have just appeared out of the blue. I welcomed its release by trusting the experience was provided by the universe as part of my healing. There really is nothing to fear when we recognize our experiences come from our minds. Listen and trust your body's responses as an indication of the stories that could be taking up huge amounts of space there. This requires your attention so you don't miss the moment and the opportunity to experience your true self.
B. Telling our truth. The gold rests underneath the stories. Be real and honest with yourself.
We now understand the absolute importance of telling our truth through sharing our thoughts. I had always done my best to tell my truth, yet hadn't fully realized I'd been suppressing my authentic self. This had made it impossible to tell my whole truth and be consistently at peace within myself. Having experienced relationships in the past that didn't always serve my well-being, I know if I'd been living in my authentic self, I would have finished those relationships sooner. I probably wouldn't have even started them. Due to old programs that saw me feeling responsible for the other and attached to a belief I mustn't fail, I had felt powerless to leave those relationships earlier. Deep down, there was a knowing that I wasn't taking care of myself first by staying. Yet there always seemed to be some reason why I couldn't leave, such as the partner's birthday, a planned holiday, or a partner's threat to commit suicide if I did leave. Because I wasn't taking care of myself first, my truth didn't matter. Even though I thought I was living in my truth, in actual fact, I was compromising myself for another. This was the lie that had stopped me from consistently being at peace. One night recently, I lay awake, unable to sleep, experiencing an urge to put my thoughts on paper. Though it was 2 a.m. and I was aware of my body being tired, my mind was wide awake, and it felt like my inner child wanted attention. It seemed that a few sentences were waiting to be written, but in what felt like no time at all, paragraphs were pouring from my heart.
Another perceived story filled with beliefs in the process of being healed.
The space offers itself up again to receive whatever possibilities await. Can I be that big to contain infinite space, to allow what is to be ever present? Oh man, it feels so hard in this moment. The child is hurting and sad. I love this man deeply, and yet I know this has to be about me. As I lay in bed, tears in my eyes, wishing he'd open up, I remind myself it's not about him. I bring the child back to me and hold her. Sleep feels foreign as the virtual reality building bubbles up into my mind, to leave the room of story and gaze upon this play out with glasses on. Peace begins to stir as the space opens up to see two beautiful beings dedicated to healing and waking up, one resisting, the other open. I see a strange kind of perfection appearing, of which my small mind cannot fully grasp, but my full self knows. Honour thyself, and all else is honoured in the process. Share the truth that is dawning and watch the true meaning of love reveal itself through my truth. I always had a knowing from the start that our connection was beyond the physical realm. I wish I could say all these thoughts I'm thinking and feeling now, but I don't want to wake him. The inner child feels afraid that he won't understand what I'm saying and feeling. This love I feel is different to any other I've experienced. I know I have to let him go. I see through the glasses that Len not sharing his thoughts is actually giving me the opportunity to stand up and show the child that I'm looking after her, to really stand up for me. There's so much I want to share with him, but my inner child is scared he'll be hurt and upset and won't hear my truth or understand the depth of feeling and gratitude I have for him. It's my responsibility to look after my inner child. I can't make Len open up and share his thoughts. I'm responsible for healing my attachments. He's simply a reflection, showing me where I'm still attached. I feel like I'm letting go more fully tonight. I release Len and just feel love from this place. The focus of this whole journey we embarked upon together has been to deepen in living consciously and letting go of attachments. The knowing is that he has to leave for both of us to continue waking up. I'm feeling so spacious as I'm writing this now. I'm amazed. And as I rest in this place, I see the perfection. I have the thought of just wanting Len to be happy. I sit with this thought and recognize, what about Janine? Is she really happy? I want me to know true happiness too. I trust the universe and therefore know everything must already be playing out perfectly the way it is for both our healing. It's amazing that he can think I'm criticizing him when I just feel love. I don't even try to explain myself now because I realize he's seeing through his filters. I don't think we'll know the extent to which both of us have grown until he actually leaves. This place is spacious. I see it's only fully available as we let go. I feel such gratitude for the opportunity we've given ourselves. Sure, I'm going to miss him, and I don't even think he accepts how much I value him. In this space, so much is clear though. That link of trust and truth that I've wanted is there only when I let go. The refusal and inability to share his deepest thoughts enables me to redeem my whole past and take my power back fully. As he says, he knows he's not showing up. Look at the opportunity and gift this is giving me. But it's feeling like the hardest thing to do, to speak these thoughts I'm having tonight about asking him to leave. I just have to look after me. That's really what it comes down to. Heal my whole past. My God, the amazing work we're both doing. In some way, I really do trust it will continue on. I don't yet quite know how right now, but there's a sense of knowing it will. Getting tired now. Time to sleep. From a place of space and peace, not wanting to fall back into stories. Trust my truth. Living now, according to the blueprint, I'm practicing honouring my truth. In the journey with Len, We both made an agreement to tell our whole truth at all times, committing together to discover it's our truth which really does set us free. We now know it's the only way to open up to living in self-love and true freedom. We don't know how much we really matter and our worth until we actually do tell our whole truth. As we release all thoughts previously filling our minds, just like emptying a rubbish bin once you start, we witness layers beneath the surface and what those layers had been covering up. It's so uncomfortable and painful at times, to say the least, as it's the shadows through which we need to venture, acknowledge, accept, and see through first. Only then can our authentic selves be revealed, resting deep within us. As I shared my written words with Len later that morning, I was convinced he'd react and resist. I knew how important it was for me to trust my inner knowing, but I also knew how attached Len was. With a history of putting the other first and compromising my own best interests, this was yet another challenging opportunity for me to be true to myself. When we share our truth from the heart, honouring ourselves first, it's almost magical how the space opens up. Len was able to hear his inner knowing and feel the truth being expressed. In that moment, he was able to let go of any fear he had around leaving me. He was able to experience sharing his thoughts and feelings authentically, and as the space opened up for him, he could connect to a deeper knowing that already told him this was meant to be. The attachment to stories around leaving have since challenged him, which Len recognises is his inner child reaching out to me. He now practices more vigilantly looking after this part of himself and doing what it takes to remember this is his responsibility at all times. As we learn to trust ourselves through sharing our truths, the energy that we gave to fear is transformed into self-love. Fear has us convinced that we'll be shot down in flames and so often gets in our way. Trusting our truth is the answer, as when we simply take care of what we know to be true for us, all fear falls away. To trust our truth and actually stand in that place is the blueprint in action.
Awaken to the sound of my knowing, brushing aside uncertainty, listening to the solitary voice that keeps up its chorus of don't forget me. I always have been the one that I am, forgetting that truth, a steep price have paid. No longer that story I need to replay, 'cause I'm now in my truth, in this life I stay. I trust my knowing self, this is clear, no longer arranged to be happy in waking up to who I now am. Give space to what I choose to take place. I always have been the one that I am, forgetting that truth, a steep price have paid. No longer that story I need to replay, 'cause I'm now in my truth, in this life I stay. Each moment I live as eternity waits, my eyes open wide as I breathe and feel no longer is fear my friend. My truth and trust, never question again. My truth and trust.
Although the process is highly intense and daunting at times, there are incredibly joyous moments too. As the work gets done, the mind becomes clearer, and as a result, the body feels lighter. Once the blueprint becomes part of our lives, we feel so much more grounded and alive. However, it takes vigilance and a desire that runs so deep to make this the highest priority over all else. Janine came to a place of knowing that everything in her life, no matter what, had to first be about the healing. After all, the whole world is coming from our minds, so everything without exception is able to become an opportunity for healing. When our intention and commitment is about cleaning up our minds, we make healing the number one priority. We find the courage to question every attachment to stories, recognizing we are more powerful than those thoughts that used to tell us we were small, weak, and not good enough. This involves taking risks, as those stories have been like family, so familiar for so long. Just as we let go of family to become an adult in our own right, there comes a time where we can choose to let go of old stories that were preventing us from truly growing into our own magnificence. Telling our truth enables those attachments to be gently washed away, though sometimes it doesn't feel that gentle. Remember, resistance makes it seem otherwise, and without the attachments to the stories, there's no resistance. Because the world's coming from within us, by healing our minds, we're actually healing the world we create. As we gave each other permission to speak our whole truth, the space opened up for us to say anything that was on our minds. Of course, we don't have permission to do the same in the world. Imagine if we spoke everything going through our minds to friends, family, and the general public. We'd probably be locked up in some institution, or at the very least accused of being inappropriate and crazy. The fact that the world seems to be a place where it's impossible to tell our whole truth unless we're a child not yet with inhibitions, seen as being cute when speaking inappropriate truths, demonstrates how difficult it is to live authentically. Once we've healed those programs, first uploaded through survival, it's possible to live authentically while exercising discernment. When we accept that in creating the world, we also created the shadow that holds the judgments, insecurities, and fears, we begin to take full responsibility for our lives. As we develop trust in ourselves, we instinctively know how much of our truth we're able to express to another. When our truth, or thoughts and feelings, free of attachment, becomes our priority, we feel more comfortable sharing without fear of judgment. The other person is simply a projection of ourselves, so the more comfortable we are in our own truth, the less we experience separation and attachment in any form. Our world progressively becomes a more supportive place to live in as the inner child feels safer and supported by the inner adult. Consider yourself fortunate if you have a partner open to exploring the end of stories together with you. Enjoy and ensure you keep the blueprint close by at all times. If your partner is not open to this practice, don't despair. The fact that you're bringing more authenticity into your own life means you're beginning to free yourself. The consequences could be many. Perhaps your partner may change their mind after witnessing the work you're prepared to do, or it could serve as a catalyst for each of you to move on from the relationship if that's what's meant to occur. While I still chose to believe stories in my mind and covered up my truths, Janine was able to see when I was lying. Because she'd emptied her mind, allowing more space, she'd become a clearer channel. This spooked me at times, as I couldn't fathom how she was able to know exactly what I was thinking. If you decide to take this path without your partner, or if you're single, find someone with whom to practice the blueprint. If you currently don't know of anyone who you could trust enough to share your truth with, practice becoming very honest with yourself, as our stories only grow in momentum when left in the darkness or shadow, unexposed to the light. The important thing is that you find someone with whom you feel secure enough to share your truth, whether a friend, family member, work colleague, or professional therapist. This process requires great respect, as deep feelings and sensitivities can be triggered, so ensure you feel very safe with that person. If they are someone you know personally, it may be a good idea to set times for sessions of honest sharing, where you express all thoughts openly without the other interrupting. Make sure that you remind each other often that your truth is being shared only for the purpose of emptying your minds. Follow the guidelines below so you stay on track to serve as the clearest possible mirrors for each other.
Key rules in sharing your truth with another. Ensure you feel safe with the person you choose. Set up an agreement of trust and confidentiality. All thoughts emptied must stay between the two of you and be seen as simply thoughts with no meaning attached. Remember, thoughts are just thoughts, like little blips of energy that mean nothing unless we attach a story. To begin with, it's important to share all thoughts. Although many of your thoughts may seem mundane and innocent, they often mask layers of deeper attachments. As you become more practiced in this process, the veneer of mundane thoughts starts to peel away naturally. Do not take things personally. Do not make assumptions. My truth is more important than your reaction. Be vigilant in mind watching. We have to become like detectives with magnifying glasses, looking out for every last thought. This is the only way to really clear our minds and discover our true selves. As much as possible, share your thoughts at the time they arise. This is when the energy is fully present and can assist with speeding up healing. A talk stick, such as a branch, a wand, or anything that you both agree is suitable, would help in creating boundaries. While one of you holds the talk stick, the other must listen without interrupting. Sometimes having an agreed amount of time to talk before handing the talk stick over to the other is helpful. For example, a maximum of 5 minutes.
C. Taking care of ourselves first. It really is about trusting ourselves. Since we are the perceivers of our world and the creators of what we see and experience out there, it's so important we take care of ourselves first. Otherwise, the world we experience is created by a person who is not looking after themselves. Think back to our metaphor of the movie cinema. The movie in which you find yourselves, that is, while you still believe in stories, is coming from one source, you. Now, when you are not looking after yourself, what sort of a movie are you going to create? If deep down you're running a program of I'm not good enough, and you're the creator of your whole reality or story-filled movie, interspersed throughout will be flavors of that exact theme. How could you expect it to be any different? The entire movie is coming from you, so of course any unhealed beliefs have to make their way into your creations somehow. There's only one solution. Once you heal your inner world, a very different movie can be experienced. As we do the work on ourselves, we become clearer. Because the world is a product of our creation, consequently, it becomes clearer. Through its reflection, the universe always meets us where we are. Clarity begins to dawn as we let go interpreting, story-making, those reflections. We both continuously experience this and feel eternally grateful that we're consistently reminded of this truth. How do we take care of ourselves first? The simple answer is to acknowledge and look after our inner child. Whenever we feel a reaction occurring, recognize that this is the child part of ourselves. I realize now that I spent my entire life looking to the world to take care of my inner child. With a strong need for attention, the child within would use anything from writing articles and teaching others about conscious living while I remained unconscious, to being overly nice under the guise of service. I spent years pretending I was awake and knew better than others. In my movie, it was necessary for me to try harder by overcompensating to convince the world, myself, that I was okay. For me to take full responsibility, I first had to admit that I was lying. Until I connected with the adult in myself, the child continued to turn to worldly distractions such as fantasizing about females, whether real or in my mind, watching sports and news telecasts, a world full of friends on the computer, and emotional eating. I would also frequently imitate others by creating characters in my head, which also served to create separation. We use distractions such as these to avoid being centered in ourselves, or the inner child and inner adult in balance, because we don't already believe we're okay. Relationships with family, partners, children, friends, work, drugs, alcohol, gambling, sex, hobbies, TV, computer, mobile phones, eating, pets, and focusing on our appearance are all examples of ways we use to avoid being with ourselves. Even our relationship to religion and God, or source, angels, and spirits, can serve as distraction from being with ourselves or knowing who we are. When the two parts of our human nature are in balance, life and its activities are enjoyed without having to be used as an escape from what's happening within. It's important to remember the activities are not wrong in and of themselves. We can enjoy a couple of wines with a friend or spend a few hours engrossed in modern technology. When we're out of balance, however, we look to the world outside of ourselves for that which is missing inside. Until the balance is found and maintained within, our world is experienced on a deeper level as a distraction at best, or an addiction at worst. For me to take care of myself first means I'm now in the process of learning how to share all my thoughts, the good, the bad, and the ugly, with Janine. By doing this, I let the inner child know he is safe and secure no matter how much anger, fear, guilt, or shame he feels, or how little he thought he mattered. Because the inner child had been in the driver's seat and needed the world to tell him he was okay, my behavior was often based upon what I thought the other wanted me to say or do. I had no idea how hard it was to actually expose private thoughts. I'd weaken into believing the thought was real and before long became stuck in yet another story projecting self-judgments. By keeping those thoughts and stories in my head, I continued to be hijacked by old programs, enabling the child to run my world. This is a job that should never be given to a child. Yet this is typically what happens in a world full of wounded children running adult lives. If you look closely, so often the pain and suffering is just below the surface and hidden behind masks.
Which mask do I wear today to match my wardrobe's colors? Which mask to cover up my truth and feel accepted by the others? Who will I now pretend that's when I don't remember. It's been so long when I showed up as who I really am. It's not too late to be myself. First must know that I can. Who will I now pretend to be today in all my splendor? The masks that cover up my truth, that's when I don't remember. When dressed myself this morning, I left them on my bed. The masks I used to hide behind no longer by them led. 'Cause I know that I'm okay today without those well-worn masks. The world's in me, and it's very clear. No masks to hide behind at last. So, which mask do I wear today?
To take care of ourselves first essentially means becoming honest and learning to speak our truth, with discernment to our world and fully when with a designated truth mirror. We call this getting real. We must work vigilantly at doing whatever it takes to look after our inner child. Remember, the child part is the feeling part, so whatever we feel comes from that part of ourselves. If we're feeling sad, imagine that little person you once were and visualize holding and reassuring them. Find your journal and really mean it when you write to the child within. Our cells have memories, so develop a healthy respect for what your body is feeling and storing from the past. We cannot reiterate strongly enough that you must jump in as fully as possible if you're going to take this journey. Waking up to the truth of who you are takes great commitment and dedication. If you want results, find that inner child and become the only adult they could ever need or want again. Do whatever it takes and be impeccable with your word. Don't make promises you can't or won't keep. We've listed some tips below to help with consistency in taking care of yourself first.
Always be vigilant. Don't forget your inner child is simply doing what they learned as part of their survival. That part of you thinks it needs to behave in these ways, no matter how negative. This is learned behavior in the process of being unlearned. Rather than analyzing the behavior, which usually keeps us in stories, simply reassure the hurting part and trust the process.
Be patient with yourself, as this is not a path for the faint-hearted. It may feel like you're going backwards at times, but remember, this is a process. While you keep referring to the blueprint, You grow and move onwards and upwards.
Honor your truth. What are you feeling? Remember, it's never about the other. This is about you.
In truth, because it is only about you, you must come first. Every time you think about protecting another's feelings, bring your thoughts back to yourself. What are you thinking? What are you feeling? Why do you think you need to protect the other's feelings? It always comes back to some program that runs us, and we mean always.
If there was nobody else to worry or be concerned about, how would you act in the circumstance you're considering? Take the others out of the picture and see if you would behave differently. Now, compare that to how you're currently showing up or not in this situation. What would it take for you to be real and actually take care of yourself first?
Chapter 6. Reflections. I'm free when I learn to mind my own business. Why am I angry at the mirror? That honestly and always gives me a perfect reflection. Is my world any different? What a journey this has been and continues to be. To come home to ourselves, we have to let go of all thoughts and stories relating to any attempt to control our reality. As the controlling gradually fades out of our lives, we recognize we never really knew the truth of ourselves. We'd been living in stories, all of which we'd believed were real. Some of them felt impossible to let go, but we both realized that while attached to stories, we can't see our true worth reflected by the universe. There's times when life feels hopeless and we feel helpless. However, with the first-hand knowledge we're sharing with you and the blueprint for self-love, we hope you move through those moments with a greater sense of trust, grace, and awareness. You really do have the power to heal stories and grow amazingly through the experiences you give yourselves. The way in which we live or survive boils down to how conscious we are. If we live in separation and attachment, where the majority of humanity exists, we continue to be in reaction to a world filled with stress, tension, conflict, and alienation from self and others. In separation and attachment, we're in the closed-in space of fear. When we live through the awareness and practice of non-separation and non-attachment, we can experience becoming conscious and opening up that space for the true meaning of love. We have the choice to survive either in love or in fear. Our choice determines the quality and direction of our lives and depends upon whether we're attached to the stories we tell and believe about ourselves.
Our journey continues to unfold, at times with ease and at others with stress, defensiveness, and confusion. Of course, the latter is a result of resistance. Whenever we experience any seeming negative emotion, it's only natural that we want to avoid those feelings. This suppression creates more fear and conflict. Even in the 11th hour of reaching the end of this book, I was warring with myself. In the early hours of the morning, while Janine slept soundly next to me, my mind was spinning with thoughts related to past behavior and the realization it could be too late to heal the damage I believed I had caused. My eyes were opening to see that, based on the historical relationship to my mother, I'd made up a whole illusionary construct of Janine, blinding me to the person she was. I was waking up to the fact that I'd been judging and reacting to Janine for reasons that didn't seem to make sense anymore. Who was this person that I'd thought she was? Why did that construct no longer seem to fit the person I now saw laying next to me? Why was I finding it harder to bring meaning to my stories? I'd been falling for the lies in my mind and torturing myself. I recognized now that These feelings of pain and misery were familiar and had been known to me for many years. I was living a life similar to many, which Eckhart Tolle clearly describes in the following statement. Most people spend their entire life imprisoned within the confines of their thoughts. They never go beyond a narrow, mind-made, personalized sense of self that is conditioned by the past." Unquote. When Janine woke up, I felt relieved to be able to share my thoughts and truths, which I realized I could have been doing all along. Through getting these thoughts out of the prison in my head, I experienced feeling better about myself. No matter how many times Janine expressed how freeing it feels to empty the mind's clutter of thoughts and stories, it had been impossible for me to understand and see the picture she painted until I was ready to step up and take that risk. Only then could I truly live in peace with me.
What are you thinking? Is your head stuck in thoughts of judgments and stories? Are you keeping yourself caught? The clouds pass by so slowly, they fascinate me. Every intricate detail keeps me lost, far from me.
What am I thinking? Is my head stuck in thoughts of judgments and stories? Am I keeping myself caught?
This place that I've lived in, how could it be me? The truth is I've been lost in thinking that it's me. No longer pretend by the world I am fed. It's now become clear that world lives in my head. Now in peace I live with me, 'cause no other exists. I now can come home to the place that is bliss.
I shared my self-induced, torturous thoughts of panic around knowing I was soon to be leaving. Memories of the last time I left Australia to head back to Thailand, where I'd lived for 3 years, came flooding back. The recognition that I'd spent 6 months while living with Janine in Melbourne, hiding and fighting my real thoughts and truth, feeling like I'd wasted an incredibly precious opportunity, continued to fuel conflict in my mind. This time I was leaving for America, and though the warring in my mind was still occurring, a veil seemed to have been peeled back to reveal a deeper understanding of the part I'd been playing in creating my own pain and misery. I was beginning to see everything I'd projected onto Janine was really about myself. Throughout the entire time, I'd been hiding from the most honest and genuine person I knew. What had stopped me from seeing who she really was? The wounds driving me were made up of beliefs screaming I was wrong no matter what and not good enough. This created the certainty in my mind that I was bound to be criticized. The feelings of attack and blame were already happening within, which meant I'd see criticism and judgment in the world where it didn't exist. The universe is a mirror, so even though Janine wasn't attacking me, I perceived and believed she was. To deflect the pain, I'd cleverly direct the focus away from my behavior and guilt by attempting to psychoanalyze her, a defense mechanism I'd used throughout my adult life. Initially, Janine's need was to protect my feelings and take responsibility for them, keeping her from fully trusting her knowing. While she did this, I was able to make her the reason for my reactions when my pain became too intense. This kept both of us in our survival wounds. As Janine let go of the old needs to protect my feelings and compromise herself for another, she became stronger in what she knew to be true and refused to accept my cover-ups. It became harder for me to manipulate situations to feed my ego, the inner child, which led to lifting the lid on what lay hidden deep inside. The intensity of sadness and sense of aloneness repressed for so long was finally making its way up to the surface. The ways and means I'd used to cover my pain were no longer available as Janine saw through the facades. Though I would react, resist, deny, and deflect on some level, I knew this was a gift to bring me closer to the healing I desperately wanted, but was terrified to receive. Our deeply buried beliefs cause us to develop ways to cover these wounds with justification, rationalization, denial, and lies. We learn to do whatever it takes at all costs to hide our wounds or beliefs in smallness and unworthiness. The only problem is we hide from ourselves every time we do this.
A good analogy for survival wounds is to see them as gaps in our energy field. The gaps are our needs that we've not yet taken responsibility for. The most common needs in humanity are for acceptance and belonging, which we seek outside in the world. Until we fulfill this need within ourselves, the world fills those gaps for us. Any time we leave our center to go into the world, we allow whatever we've identified with to define us. Before we know it, we're attached and it's impossible to be at peace. As whole, healthy human beings, we occupy our energy fields fully, present in ourselves. Any gaps are due to where we've left ourselves to attach to another person, object, or idea to find worthiness or meaning. We could also see this as our energy leaking out into the world, which of course can never define us, as it only takes us away from our center where we truly belong. When Len detected the gap or need I used to have of taking responsibility for others' feelings, he energetically knew how to impress and manipulate me to get the attention and acknowledgement he wanted. As I learned to love and trust myself, I brought my whole self into the picture, thereby fully occupying the presence of my energy field. The gap that Len or anyone could manipulate was then no longer available, as this need had been eliminated. The inner child was now turning to me. Often when people are drawn together, it's these gaps that call to each other, just like magnets. As we live from our fullness, the world no longer penetrates our energy fields because the gaps are sealed, allowing those wounds to heal. As I woke up to my innocence, realizing Len was responsible for his own pain and wounds, I also woke up to it being okay for me to focus on and accept myself. As this occurred, Len found his old ways were no longer working. He couldn't impress me like he used to, as I wasn't falling for or listening to his scripts. No matter which well-worn path he took, I was now seeing through the behavior. By giving him the attention I had earlier, it became clear to me I was actually taking care of his inner child and enabling Len to not take responsibility for himself. The patterns that had served to keep him feeling safe, separate, in control, and invulnerable were all falling away. Having spent a lifetime focusing on the other person, Len could act clever, wise, and interested. He'd learned to draw attention to himself by finding unhealed wounds or gaps in others. His true agenda, or survival program, was simply to get attention, stay uninvolved, and fool himself and the other that he was issue-free and better than them. Len saw he'd been hiding his whole truth and living according to what he believed would please his construct of me, ensuring his goal of a relationship. Instead of being present to the blueprint process, Len had actually been taking everything personally, harbouring private judgments and not taking care of himself first.
The patterns that had served to keep me feeling safe, separate, in control, and invulnerable were all falling away. Having spent a lifetime focusing on the other person, I could act clever, wise, and interested. I'd learned to draw attention to myself by finding unhealed wounds in others. My true agenda, or survival program, was simply to get attention, stay uninvolved, and fool myself and the other that I was issue-free and better than them. I saw I'd been hiding my whole truth and living according to what I believed would please Janine. Instead of being present to the blueprint process, I'd actually been taking everything personally, harboring private judgments, and not taking care of myself first. Because I'd resisted owning my shadow, my pain and misery could only grow.
Until Len took responsibility for the feelings inside himself, he just continued giving me his power, which I didn't want to take. By this time, I was aware that his commitment was to a relationship with me over and above the relationship with himself. This was incredibly frustrating initially, but as I let go of my attachments, I was able to heal my need for Len to speak his truth and for him to see my innocence.
It's crucial that whenever we experience any form of emotional pain or frustration, we must look first to the relationship with ourselves, not to the other, whoever that happens to be. If you see a problem in the other, it must first have been in you. It needs to be healed at its source, which is you, because if it weren't already present inside you, it would be impossible for it to be experienced as a problem. You will either no longer see it out there, or if you do, it will no longer trigger or cause a reaction in you. Hooray! Peace and freedom are on the way to being revealed from the space of silence within you.
Silence in the space inside, yet I stay in distraction as I run away from silence causing my reactions. I cover up my deepest truths while waiting to be found out, holding to those well-worn thoughts that tell my story's truth. Can I let go of stories that live inside of me, while silence keeps the space wide open? Can I be in the silence? My peace lies in the silence as I struggle to be free. Just let those thoughts keep passing by. In silence, I see me. Can that live inside of me, while silence keeps the space wide open. Can I be in the silence? Can I let go of stories? Can I be in the silence?
As I practice sharing my thoughts with Janine, the recognition and healing of past childhood wounds begins. The judgments, criticisms, and programs of not being good enough finally start fading and being replaced by a knowing of my true self, which of course had been there the whole time. Today I realize that I had lived mostly in a fantasy world, despite all the many stories and scripts I'd carried and believed to be true. Until I take full responsibility for owning I'm the driver and the only driver of my reality, I'll continue to think there's a world affecting me because of my attachment to believing it's so. The evidence for whatever we want to believe is always present, since each of us creates our reality and the universe always rearranges itself to accommodate our perception of reality. That which we believe to be so is reflected back to us. How can it not be, since we are the universe? We create all we see, think, feel, and believe. Our five senses interpret everything and report back to us whatever we've decided to be the case. We choose the story, and then we damn well make sure we get to experience that exact story. When we really know this, we finally, through doing the work, stop sabotaging ourselves.
We continue to learn many valuable lessons and grow stronger in the trust of ourselves and the universe's reflections. Everything really does happen for a reason and at the perfect time. As I practice living the blueprint, I notice that life is simply life. Whenever Len reacts, I'm more able to remain in my center, no longer joining him in his stories, simply responding with no attachment. This is the true meaning of a clear mirror. There seems to be a natural ebb and flow in the now moment in which I'm finding it easier to just rest, no matter what I'm doing. I find myself at times searching for thoughts to share, almost missing the clutter of the mind, because I now know it's in exposing the thoughts that I open the space inside to free myself.
Another perceived story filled with beliefs in the process of being healed.
Claiming my right to be me, no longer questioning my authority. It was there all along, singing its song. Now I hear those trusted tones of inner knowing. I had an experience with a long-term client recently that directly expressed how much I'd learned and grown from living aligned with the blueprint. Several months had gone by since last seeing this particular client when she messaged me to request a top-up session. An hour before the scheduled time, she sent another text to let me know that this session had to be rescheduled. In the past, I'd accepted last-minute cancellations easily due to considering the client's situation first. This time, however, I put my business first and let the client know that there would be a cancellation fee, as there was too little notice to schedule another client in that time slot. When the session finished, the client paid without addressing the cancellation fee. I brought it to her attention, and within seconds, her demeanour changed dramatically. The comment was made that she'd never been charged this fee before, so why this time? My need to take care of others in the past saw me being compassionate and overly understanding, ignoring my own needs while enabling the person to take no responsibility for consequences of their actions. This time was different. This was yet another opportunity for me to take full responsibility, thereby giving my client an example of what we'd been addressing earlier in the session. I explained that I'm running a business. This was nothing personal, and I had a responsibility to honour myself and my business. I acknowledged to the client that yes, I had turned a blind eye in the past to last-minute cancellations. However, now I consider my time valuable, and someone else could have had the benefit of that session time if proper notice had been given. Thinking my client would be happy about the fact I'd kept her on the old pricing schedule, plus lowered the cancellation fee on this occasion, I was surprised to witness the client continuing to expect the fee to be waived. Even when leaving, she silently looked at me with puppy dog eyes that seemed to express hurt and anger. In earlier times, this experience would have been unsettling for me. I would have felt cold, cruel, and unsympathetic looking after myself and my business in such a firm and professional way. The perceived neediness of another was likely to have triggered me to put them first. This time, I handled the incident with calmness while the words flowed from my centre with ease. The following day, the client messaged me to say thank you. It seemed the gift from this experience had been received. Either way, I was fine, as I knew I was okay, having spoken my truth and taken care of myself. I was surprised at how calm and clear I'd been in a situation that would have certainly disturbed me in the past. This experience is a result of practicing the blueprint and continuing to do the work to free myself from attachments to stories. I've been progressively finding myself letting go of past needs, which my body and mind reflect perfectly by being relaxed and at ease. Masks are falling away as a strong knowing grows within that whatever or whomever I perceive outside really is a mirror. When I know it's all coming from me, why would I dress myself in masks, fear failure or success, or feel any responsibility to protect another's feelings? Now the inner child is feeling safer with me and knows I will never leave her, as inner child or heart and inner adult or head continue to align as one. This is the beginning of the awakening to our true self.
I'm a hole in this flute, the Christ's breath moves through. Listen to this music that calls spirits awakening. Let the heart listen with no thought.
Waking up to self-love is an ongoing process. There can be no past or future in waking up, as the only time we wake up is now. This is why there really are no mistakes, no worries, and no imperfections, as in the now we're free and at peace. The moment is where stories end and our true lives begin. We're in touch with our authentic selves without pretense, censoring, questioning, justifying our behavior, or apologizing for who we are. There's no wondering about what another is thinking, as we're no longer attached to stories we need to believe and project. We simply relax in ourselves because the space is provided for any possibility to exist. We stop fighting with or trying to control reality, as there's no longer anything to fear, react to, or fight against. We're simply two individuals experiencing the waking up process in different yet perfect ways. Your journey may be very different than ours, but no less real and vital to the unique and precious being that you are.
The universe showed up today to wait for my direction. Why do you worry, my dear friend? I'm always your connection. Now you've let go, I'm with you, with open arms, you see. It's fear, my friend, you have let go to give the space for this. The universe showed up today to wait for my direction. Why do you worry, my dear friend? I'm always your connection. You can have everything in life, now knowing you deserve it. The only way it's possible is knowing you are worth it. And the universe showed up today to wait for my direction. Why do you worry, my dear friend? I'm always your connection. The universe always exists to give you what you want. Remembering what you must do is having more self-love. Yes, practicing self-love. The universe showed up today to wait for my direction. Why do you worry, my dear friend? I'm always your connection. No longer worry, my dear friend. I'm always your connection.
Chapter 7. Waking Up to Self-Love. The intellect, or seat of ego, seeks solutions through fragmentation. Consciousness seeks wholeness through through balance.
A voice whispers loudly to that empty space inside. Who listens to its silent wisdom? I do.
We could have easily used our differences to make each other wrong and create separation between us, and therefore within ourselves. Our personalities and life experiences had been shaped by our natures and nurturance. Instead, we ultimately used those differences to understand each other, enabling us to support and embrace the other's truths and therefore our own. This allowed us to be as clear a mirror as possible for each other, which meant we became increasingly able to see our own selves more clearly. Though aware of the value of loving ourselves at the deepest level, initially we fell in love, like so many who start out being attracted to one another for whatever reason. At the outset, I insisted on the importance of remembering our connection was about waking up rather than being in a relationship fueled by romantic fantasy stories of living happily ever after. The irony is, I ended up being the one attached to the form of a romantic relationship, which kept me believing I had to hide my truth and manipulate life in some way to hold on to Janine. Rather than opening up to release this controlling behavior, rendering myself uncomfortable and unable to relax, I continued to indulge in this old, familiar way of functioning.
Through practicing the blueprint, we experience the universe as the mirror it is. Once we know this, we see the blame, attack, criticism, and judgment is actually happening within. It's impossible to make any changes and experience permanent healing while we see our qualities, or light and shadow, out there in another. Only then can we take responsibility for it all and use the mirror as a way of cleaning up that which was inside us the whole time. Although I was attached to Len early on, it became clear to me that until I learned how to love myself through practicing taking care of my inner child, there was no possibility of waking up. That commitment resulted in me sharing my thoughts and feelings with Len, no matter how difficult and painful, as a lifetime of withholding my deeper truths surfaced. In sharing all that had been stored inside, I began to support my inner child to feel safe, special, and acknowledged. I continue to trust my knowing and express my true thoughts and feelings.
For the first time in my adult life, I feel genuinely vulnerable and exposed. The gift is that I'm no longer able to hide behind the knowing and control masks I wore so confidently in the past. As that layer of confidence peeled away, revealing uncertainty, doubt, insecurity, and fear, I realized I've spent most of my life reaching out to others to take care of my wounded inner child. This stopped me from ever being able to connect with and know my complete truth. Instead, I lied, fantasized, fudged, manipulated, placated, and basically used others to take care of a precious part of myself that was my responsibility. When the other didn't take care of me in the way I wanted, such as giving attention and approval, I either felt angry, ashamed, embarrassed, disappointed, or frustrated. While my inner child had to keep looking outside for acceptance and attention, I realize now that I would continue to feel needy. If we don't have ourselves, no matter how much the world provides, it's never enough. When we tend to our inner child, we feel acceptance because the inner adult is functioning responsibly in its role. Only then do we know self-worth and self-love. I feel fortunate to have created a mirror in Janine, whose commitment to wake up is all-encompassing. This includes letting go of me, even with my willingness to do anything she asks, or I believe she needs to make her life comfortable. No matter how nice and supportive I am towards her, Janine's priority is to wake up, knowing who she truly is and be at peace. This whole experience has been a gift for both of us. By witnessing Janine letting go, I get to see how strong my attachment has been to needing another in my life and doing as much as I could to keep that other interested. As long as attachment is there, I know I'll never wake up. To commit fully to this process, letting go of attachments to another is vital. When we're willing to delve deeper within to release everything keeping us from depending solely on ourselves for approval, acceptance, and worthiness, we move away from conditional love or need towards our center of unconditional self-love. We can't know wholeness while there's any need to leave our center, to go outside, or to blame or use the other to feel better about ourselves.
One mirror I need to see who I am. I found it in you. Now there's nothing to do to be who I am and see that it's me. I need to know this, then know I am free. And through that reflection, give always to me. No longer am blind, through you I see thee. Awaken I am, to love I can see. My eyes in the mirror to see the real me.
The experiences on this path have been so contrasting for us and demonstrate the difference between embracing the work and resisting the practice. We hold no judgments against the other and recognize the perfection of this entire orchestration, knowing we've both shown up in the best possible way we could at the time. It's been incredibly rewarding for us as the space continues to open according to how honest and real we are in that moment. Ultimately, the only relationship that truly matters is with the one in the mirror, myself. Once we acknowledge, bathe, and heal the wounds in ourselves, we know how it feels to be comfortable at home, anywhere. In this final chapter, we share the purpose of what we now know we came together to realize, the true meaning of love. What is love? The ancient sages declared that ultimately everything is made of consciousness. When we experience anything and everything with our eyes open, with no attachments to stories, we're in the space of love. Consciousness, we could say, is the true meaning of love. True love is not a feeling, and certainly has nothing to do with romance, as so many believe, thanks to books, songs, movies, and magazines. Love, like space, is a state of being. True love has no conditions. Deepak Chopra, in his best-selling book, Ageless Body, Timeless Mind, says the following: "For most of us, love is an emotion that comes and goes. We feel it intensely at times, while at other times we don't feel it at all. But the essence of love isn't a feeling. It is a state of being. Or to be more exact, it is the state in which you are in contact with being. Someone who is truly experiencing love feels tremendously real and alive, with no desire to do anything except exist within the fulfillment of love. Love's greatest action is simply to be, which is no action. That is why love is a supreme state of non-attachment and yet the most satisfying state." Close quote. To be in this satisfying state is to be free of attachment, experiencing no separation. As we create an environment to feel safe in, we're able to be real. This, of course, is our responsibility, not another's. All the good, bad, and ugly thoughts and feelings are expressed. That which is left is, as Deepak describes it, a state of being.
We've both come to see and can confidently say that the essence of love is simply space. If that sounds absurd, take a look at your experience of space versus love. Of course, space is necessary for everything to exist and therefore has no conditions. It allows everything to be in it without judgments, demands, prejudice, labels, and certainly without attachments. Like true love, it's all inclusive, not exclusive. Space by its nature cannot be separate, as the existence of anything within it depends upon the space it occupies. At the same time, space cannot be attached to anything, or it couldn't be defined as space. In that state of being, we simply are clear channels for thoughts and feelings to move through with ease, without interpreting or labeling any of them. We no longer block anything, allowing all people, objects, thoughts, feelings, and of course stories to share the space with us. We're not affected by any of it, therefore not attached. We share the space with all, therefore not separate. By virtue of the fact our thoughts come from our minds, it's impossible we're separate from them. In this spaciousness, we recognize our right to fully occupy presence as we cease to attach to stories or separate from thoughts that question our self-worth. We allow them to pass on by, fading into the background of spaciousness, so they have no effect on us anymore. We belong to infinite space, which we no longer need to fill with beliefs limiting that recognition.
In true love, there is no caring. We used to be convinced caring was an essential ingredient in a loving relationship. Look at most relationships and you'll find people love their partners for a reason. One common reason is related to how deeply they care about the other. You might wonder how you can love someone and not care. In true love, there are no conditions. Hidden behind caring, there are always conditions. Ask most people why they care about someone, and you'll usually hear an answer preceded by the word because. Some examples are, because he makes me feel good, because she's so easy to be with, because he takes care of me, and because I love her. In true love, there is no because, since there are no conditions. Caring is filled with conditions. When we fell in love, the reason I experienced this love was because Len was, in my eyes, so committed to and passionate about waking up, and I'd never experienced this level of commitment in a man before.
I fell in love with Janine because she made me feel good, gave me attention, and fit the criteria of my fantasy woman in every way. Long-term relationships rarely have anything to do with the true meaning of love. This is a controversial statement, we know, but think about it for a moment. Just don't think too deeply or spend much time wondering, or you'll end up in a story. Most relationships are actually based on these stories. Remember, true love is a state of being devoid of feelings related to specialness and neediness. Look at what the majority of relationships are filled with. Need we say more? Why do most people fall in love and commit themselves to relationships, often praying that this one lasts? Romance, feeling special, belonging to each other, common interests, physical attraction, often based on fantasy, having a family, and needing the other to take care of us. The potential partner may remind us, usually unconsciously, of someone significant from our past. Conditioning related to beliefs about love may play a major role in the attraction. In certain cultures, factors such as religion, social status, family background, and caste determine the choice of partner. Notice this so-called experience of love is conditional, yet love has no conditions. There's never because in true love. When we begin to wake up, we recognize we were simply doing business or having terms and conditions that need to be met when we used to say, I love you because. Of course, many of the reasons for society's version of love are driven by the needs of our inner child. While I remained attached to needing Janine, I kept fantasy stories alive around a future shared together. Janine had to let go of any future-based stories around our connection to be in the space she's in now. The peace she's finding within herself is no longer dependent on a relationship with anyone or anything outside of her. The love she feels for me is an overflowing of the love within herself, which is a new experience for her. The past and future seem to be falling away, revealing a state of being filled with presence or space that's becoming the only thing that's real.
So often, the expression falling in love could be replaced by falling in need. Our experience continues to teach us that many choose to be with another due to personal needs. We're not judging the misuse of the word love or the choices made around love. We're simply bringing your attention to the awareness of the true meaning of love. In the expression of true love, there's a gentle acceptance of all, without judgment, attachment, or separation. We certainly don't encourage or support people to practice sexual activity with whomever they choose, as this allows the inner child to take over by looking outside for love meant to be provided from within. When consciousness is present, the inner adult takes responsibility by providing boundaries and discernment, as well as recognizing potential consequences. In true love, there are no hidden thoughts or people-pleasing behaviors. We pay active attention to our body's responses, tell our truth, take care of ourselves first, and experience all this when we take full responsibility for ourselves. This allows and reflects space for the other to do the same. The inner child is safe and loved by the inner adult. Stories pass by without attachment, and there's no separation between us and the space where consciousness dwells.
The more conscious we are, the more we live in the moment. When a relationship ends, often there's continuation of need as we're still giving our ex-partner the power to determine how we feel. Our power is with the other because we still feel needy of them. Our inner child is essentially turning to the ex-partner, and because we're not taking care of that part of ourselves, reaction occurs within. This potentially takes the form of either anger, resentment, disappointment, depression, negativity, and or resignation. Helplessness is the general feeling because we've given away the power which belongs to us. Rather than react, recognize we gave the power away in the first place, and it can be taken back anytime we choose. Use the blueprint as the key for doing this to become aware of and practice self-love. No one has ever hurt themselves or another, or created any emotional state within without first experiencing it coming from the attachment to a thought within our own mind that rapidly became a story. Thoughts are of the past and future, so as we live more in the moment, less are we subject to physical and emotional reactions such as fear, anxiety, anger, and depression. The more we live in the moment rather than acting out in the moment from a past hurt or future fear, the more we get to experience pure consciousness without stories creating our reactions. We are then able to experience the state of being called true love.
We don't advocate this happens easily. It takes a deep and abiding commitment, requiring vigilant practice on a regular basis. There are few individuals walking the planet who relate from this non-separate, non-attached, spacious place on a regular basis. Why would they choose to live from this place of truth? There's a knowing that wholeness experienced on the inside is the only way to a life of consistent peace and freedom. Be clear within yourselves when you say the words, "I love you." What are you really saying? Are you in the space of love, or is it need that keeps you living a lie? There's nothing wrong with caring, needing another, wanting to feel special, or needing comfort, safety, and security. On a deeper level, these are quite possibly the driving needs for entering into committed relationships. If you want to wake up, though, start practicing self-honesty. Bring integrity into your lives and into the cells of your being. If you truly desire to wake up to self-love, start looking at what you really want. Are you honoring this? What are your body's responses telling you? Are there stories you're attached to that keep you locked in pain and smallness? Look at the gifts the mirrors in your world show you that you may not be seeing in yourselves. Remember, the universe is available to assist you in becoming more conscious if you choose to follow the principles set out in the Blueprint for Self-Love.
In so many ways, our experiences represent the stories of the world. We arrive here as sponges, taking in as much as possible through our senses and doing our very best. We're filled with innocence and learn quickly that the focus of life on earth is what's going on out there. The focal point moves from me first to them first. We learn the comfort of our true home, ourself, and its well-being is dependent on things of the world, such as money, food, attention, approval, belonging, safety, security, and the happiness of others. We are conditioned to live from a place of separation and attachment. The programs we absorb in childhood become the tools and techniques we continue to use unconsciously as adults. These make up the wounds that, when touched and threatened by the world, cause us to act in ways enabling the pain to remain well protected. Yet, as one of our songs states, thank God for the pain that just won't go away. It's this exact pain that eventually leads those of us who are ready to the pathway home, since it's the catalyst necessary to wake us up to becoming conscious and whole.
Whenever Len and I forget the true purpose of our meeting, which is to live consciously, we remind each other of our true essence, which is, of course, the state of being called love. When the priority is waking up, anything disturbing our peace in any way becomes another opportunity to do the work and polish the reflection we see in the mirror. Remember, that doesn't mean making it about the mirror. Knowing we're the creators of our perception helps to remove the veil of illusion. Any time we look outside ourselves for anything, we're in that illusion, which simply serves to fill up the dash between the birth and death on our tombstones. When we recognize we created it all, we start to take full responsibility and return to ourselves. Imagine a life free of attachments to stories. Imagine your inner child safe and happy in you. Imagine those childhood wounds in the natural process of healing. Imagine taking your power back in knowing there's no world out there to affect you other than the one you create in your thoughts and stories. Imagine life lived in your authentic self, in the moment, at peace and at home in your center consistently. You can stop imagining. In the now, this is possible. The now is where countless possibilities and opportunities wait for us to show up. You have the blueprint safe in your hands and are ready to join us in walking this path. Now you know you are worth it. Let your authentic life unfold. Here is where the attachments to stories can finally end as we wake up to self-love.
Birth and death on my tombstone come in perfect time and place, while I continue to fill that dash with tomorrow and yesterday. The more in this life that I do, that dash can only grow. But in the end, it's just a dash, not the real me. Now I know my life's no longer about the dash between my birth and death. The bigger the dash, the more I did, means nothing in the end. When I forget, there's only now is all that ever matters, until that dash stops filling up with thoughts that just don't matter. My life's no longer about the dash between my birth and death. The bigger the dash, the more I did, means nothing in the end. As I let go to meet life's presence, attached to thoughts no more. My purpose is to be here now. The space where I'm free matters. My purpose is to be here now. There's no dash here that matters.
Epilogue, a work of art. Why did I keep looking at you? You're so amazing, intelligent, and wise. No one told me you're really a mirror. Ah, it's me. Now I realize.
As this book comes to a close, we're reminded of an individual considered perhaps the greatest artist of all time. Michelangelo lived many centuries ago, yet his masterpieces live on today as a reminder of the beauty, grace, and genius residing deep within each one of us. Michelangelo is best known for his paintings on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel in Rome and the statue of David. When asked how he created David, the answer was simple. When he saw that slab of marble, he could already see the male figure standing before him. His job was to chip away everything that wasn't David. It took over 2 years of intense commitment and vigilant passion to whittle away, carve, and reveal the magnificence of a shining masterpiece once hidden in cold marble stone.
This image serves as the ideal metaphor for each of our lives. We're already perfect. It's the accumulation of the attachments to stories which usually blinds us to that perfection. These attachments block us from seeing the masterpiece resting deep within. The good news is we now have our hammer and chisel in the form of the blueprint. Used with devotion, commitment, vigilance, and desire, we each have the power to reveal our own statue of David in the form of the inner child and inner adult in balance. As we wake up to see we are the Michelangelo of our lives, those pieces which are not the truth of us are able to be chipped away. All those beliefs we'd become identified with are whittled away by bringing the two parts of our human nature into balance. As the chips fall, which contain all the thoughts and stories, beliefs and experiences of not being good enough in their innumerable expressions, self-love and self-acceptance manifest.
If you haven't already begun to chip away all the stories you believe about yourself that aren't true, the blueprint is loyally waiting to serve when you're ready. Can you be so bold today and look at your life as Michelangelo looked at that rough slab of marble on a cold winter's day, seeing clearly a statue that would grace the world? Can you love yourself enough to recognize that you too are a masterpiece whose worth can never be measured by the ways in which the world uses to determine value? The moment is now. It's time to wake up to the knowledge that we are both the sculptor and the masterpiece. As attachment even to this story is released, the space opens up to reveal that priceless place where stories end and we wake up to self-love.
The songs in this book are available on our CD entitled Waking Up to Self-Love, End of Stories. All products can be purchased through website www.holyhealing.com.au. For information regarding private sessions, individuals and couples, classes, workshops and retreats, also contact website.
Janine Com is a clinical hypnotherapist, transpersonal counselor, and intuitive healer. Her professional background encapsulates many worlds, including teaching, entertaining, and the corporate arena. Her passion in life is to be consistently at peace in the space of truth and wholeness.
Len Blank has been involved with alternative health most of his life. He was a pioneer in bringing Ayurveda to the United States, as well as the founder of Lotus Press, today a major publisher of Ayurveda books. For over 15 years, Len has been a counsellor and life coach in healing centres around the world.